Hello there, everybody, and welcome to the first Strikers Saturday. My name is Kayvon. I am joined by Moo, and we're going to be giving this to you. We're diving into this, the first Omega Strikers community tournament, open entry. Should be a lot of fun today, Moo.
Absolutely, man. I'm completely pumped. Started playing this game a little bit ago. Hadn't had the opportunity to watch other events live, such as Halfwoo's tournament and stuff like that. So for me to be able to cast this first community event, it's my first event at all. Completely pumped. Hyped to see we have some good teams, and we're gonna get to see some cool gameplay. I can't wait.
Yeah, a lot of actually really solid teams and players that are joining us today. Of course, probably most notably, Megaverse is in the tournament, has been constantly on rank one on the leaderboards, right? There he's on the Laughing Kings, another team that was competing in that Hafu Invitational that's still ongoing. But of course, we've got a few other faces here around as well. And of course, we'll be touching on those throughout the day as those rounds begin. But to start things off and hopefully get ourselves in for a little bit more of a competitive atmosphere, we're going to be watching a match from round one between X-Face and the Ball Chasers. And again, it's going to be a lot of fun here, I think, because a lot of these players, Moo, kind of similar to you, just started playing the game a week ago.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how fast some people have improved in such a short amount of time. I say improve, I mean how far they've gotten. I said improve because one of my friends who recently was mid silver blew up and went all the way to diamond within a whole day. So I don't think these people that just started out, while they are at a disadvantage, we can completely count them out. They've done some incredible thing in such a short span of time, and I just want to see how good people get in such short span of times.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the fun things here, right? Is that with this game being so young, we are nowhere close to where the meta is going to start developing. The meta will continue to shift with every patch that's coming out in the span of 2 weeks, right? We're going to see a completely new play styles start to emerge. I'm sure after every patch happens. But why don't we take a little bit of a step back and take a synopsis of the current meta here? What do you think folks are going to be able to expect as we launch into this?
Well, I mean, honestly, we all know there's a bit of a bruiser meta going on right now. Juliet being a bit considered a bit overtuned compared to other characters. Asher being one of the characters, sorry, that can really force the ball into the net. We know that's apart from that, we have Dubu being considered one of the best goalies, and Kai as well with his projectile game and his speed. Things that I do not expect to see as much of is maybe that Juno and then maybe a couple of spicy Luna goalies, maybe a few Estelle goalies here and there. If maybe Dubu is banned and maybe we're not as favored on the Kai. So that's really what I'm expecting coming out here. It's a lot of bruising and a lot of fighting.
A lot of bruising and fighting for sure. I mean, in most cases, we're actually seeing a lot of forward compositions that are double brawler, right? You've got
Yeah,
an
yeah, yeah.
ex Juliet or even Juliet Dracar or something of that nature, right? Very rarely do I think we're actually seeing a lot more of that, midfielder more so come into play here. And it's interesting, as we're starting things off here. But I think overall, like a lot of those other characters are just as strong, especially playing this more midfield esque role, right? You've got Era
Hmm.
that can empower the entire team, empower maybe a Juliet to be even faster, get into positions even faster. Estelle with insane scoring potential as well to start things off with things like the ultimate of the Crystal Thorns and the piercing shot to boot. There's going to be a lot of customizability, and I'm really interested to see what these teams end up coming up with as we start to get into this. And, even how things are going to progress throughout the day, what teams are going to start coming out on top. I mean, again, this is one of our first chances for a lot of folks to come on into a tournament and actually show what they've been cooking up for a while, right? It won't just be necessarily all of the higher level players that maybe have had numerous hours. And I think maybe diving into that a little bit more here is one of the things that we should talk about a little bit in terms of like how this whole play testing thing happened. Why are the people at the top of the leaderboard uh, currently at the top of the leaderboard?
Well, I myself am not very versed in that. I just know that, they had access to the game earlier because they saw that it was a thing and there was an access that you could get into. Played the game a whole bunch within the private playtest with the devs who've been playing this game hours and hours play testing it themselves internally. So not only do you get to play the game more, you get to see what people who have played this game a lot more than you are doing, and observe, learn, and improve what they're doing as well. So it's quite a big advantage, but not one that can win you the whole event by itself, of course.
Yeah, obviously, let's not write off anybody quite yet. But given the fact that we're only a week in, having hours upon
Oh yeah.
hours into the game already before last week, then let alone, a lot of these people, Megaverse being one of them, has been streaming almost nonstop, like every day for like 4 or 6 hours. I know Schneider, not competing today, is streaming for like 10-hour streams on most days of the week. So all of these players are still continuing to rack up the hours, even despite the head start that they got, and just continuing to learn the game, which is interesting, I think, because the game is unique, right? It's not something
Mm.
where there's a lot of people coming over from like one specific genre of games that'll just be able to lights out all of this. It takes a lot of skills from a lot of different places to succeed here.
Exactly, and I think there's a bunch of different skills that can be uh, brought from different types of games. If you're a fighting game player, maybe you have some knowledge that applies here. You played Overwatch, maybe you know some notions about spatial control that some other people don't as much. Maybe you play chess and you have that spatial control knowledge as well. It's it's honestly, I feel like more and more gamers have found ways to just translate their skills from a game to another, and Omega Strikers is definitely one of the games where this is completely possible to do.
Yeah, a lot of things to kind of consider overall, and thinking, okay, what does your playstyle actually look like? What characters actually benefit you, right? What do you want to play into this? All of these things are going to be interesting to kind of watch out for
Mm.
as we get loaded into things. Looks like the match that we were planning on playing is actually a DQ on stream. So I don't really know what happened there. Maybe one of the teams just didn't quite show up on time, but hopefully we'll get some more gameplay up for you all here in just a little bit. So thanks for being patient. Again, first event, these things happen. We're diving into things. I'm sure a lot of us have, previous production experience, previous tournament organizing experience, but new game, new systems in place, new things to figure out along the way. So bear with us, folks. Hopefully you're in it for the long haul today. And it should be a fun one overall.
Is there a strategy that you'd like to see this tournament pulled off? Like something a bit more niche. I don't know if you know something about that, because for me personally, it's the Drakkar goalie that I've heard of from certain people. Maybe in more professional games. There's a
Hi.
lot of opportunity to just get the Drakkar goalie to just level up faster, and then he switches into being an offensive character. But that is an absolute cheese, and I would love to see it come out, even though it's absolutely not meta and probably
Hi.
very hard to pull off.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing with a lot of the other goalie picks, right? The reason you're seeing Dubu so often is because Dubu is just easy to understand, easier to learn, right? When
Oh
you
yeah.
use that log rollout, right? You throw that thing out. If you time it right, the log will stay permanent and just kind of shove everything back, right? Whereas at some point it'll start to, it'll hit the core and it'll despawn as well. And then there's that wall as well as defensive. And the Atlas option, which we see people go over to in times in goalie as well, also has abilities that, if you understand that and how to use them, they're just easier in that goalie position. I feel like the Jakar goalie, is going to be difficult for sure to do. Even frankly, even Kai in the goalie slot is rather difficult, right? When you're
Mhm.
thinking about what exactly abilities do you use, when do you use them, because sure, he's got that barrage shot that'll just be able to stop the core at any given moment in time and just kind of stall it out for a brief moment, require more resources to come in from the enemy side. But it's still going to be difficult to actually end up using, as opposed to just clearing the core out, see you later, and getting that out. So it'll be interesting to see what other picks we have. I know a lot of people in the higher level have also been playing Luna goalie, which might come in there as well. Having that ability to just dive forward and then you press the eject button to immediately go back to the goal and cover that goal line is actually quite impactful. And I imagine we're going to see a meta at some point or another where Luna goalie will be like meta.
Yeah, for
But
sure. That champion is
well,
too polarizing for it to not get buffed just a
yeah.
tad bit too much and then not be insanely good pick. and we will get you guys some gameplay. Do not worry about that. We just had a technical difficulty. We are working through it as we speak.
All right, so let's go into this. Let's give a little bit of background on ourselves because probably most people have no idea who we are. So Boo, I want to hear from you first. What interested you about this game? How did you hear about it, and why are you here? Why do you keep playing it?
Look, I had no clue what this game even was. I did not even know what it was when it released, let alone before that. Even a week in, I did not know it released, not even two. I just randomly stumble upon one of the streams I follow, a streamer who plays the game and has been recently addicted to it and streaming it every day. Like a lot of us are playing it every day. And I just see, I think about 10 or 5 minutes, 5 minutes of gameplay of it. And I'm like, all right, I'm hooked. I need to play this. I play it a lot for, just a couple of days. And I decide, all right, I casted some Overwatch in the past. I casted some League of Legends. I love this game. I want to cast it. That's my background. That's how I got into this. What about you?
Yeah. So I was actually one of the. I was a college club president that was reached out to by Kingley to do a collegiate playtest. Last, I think it was. Gosh, it was either last fall or like February or something. Um, this past year. It was like cool. Sounds like a cool thing. Sounds something that's interesting. Sounds like something that's fast paced. So I got the chance to play the game a while ago, and I was like immediately like, I just want to spam queue this to oblivion. Right? I was enjoying it so much. Whether I was playing with friends or just alone, I just found it a lot of fun. I was a Juliet one trick way back then too. Um, but I found it a lot of fun to come in there and take care of that. And then I saw, the opportunity for a second play test. They're starting to gear up for the launch. I was like, oh boy, here we go. Might finally be able to have this game completely. Because the play test that I was a part of was only around for like a week or so, right? You got the first weekend, and then the entirety of the week, and then the second weekend, and then everyone was spamming the Sages and the Copiums in chat, right, in the Discord server because the playtest was over and we couldn't play the game anymore. Um, so yeah, it was a lot of fun. And then of course, I have quite a bit of background commentating stuff. I'm coming from the competitive Splatoon community.
Oh,
Shout out if I have any other Splatoon fans in the chat. So of course, Omega Strikers couldn't have been worse timed for me because Splatoon 3 came out a week before. So my life has been turned upside down quite drastically in terms of the games that I'm paying attention to, with Splatoon 3 and now Omega Strikers coming out as well. Definitely a lot of fun and a lot of exciting things to look forward to, especially given the fact we're starting out first Strikers Saturday, right? First weekly tournament for folks to come on by and be a part of and start really building this community out. Should be a lot of fun, I think, to continue carrying that on. Because again, all of us are just so new to this.
absolutely. And, at the end of the day, I think just a lot of people fell in love with this game. We saw it a big push in terms of publicity with the streamers in NA and everything. But I've seen a lot of EU players also trying to get their community together, getting a Discord together and everything. I think this game kind of took a lot of people by surprise, but also by storm to some extent with how it has been able to gather a player base that's actually quite viable, and they keep building it up and up. And personally, I'm just more and more excited for things to come, like the new character on October 6th. Not only because I want to buy Asher at only at 10K instead of 25. I'm a little gremlin with my gold, but
Oh
also
my
because I want to
gosh.
see what the new character is, what the possibilities are. I think there are a few terms in the glossary of the game that you can look up in game that are not currently used. So maybe those are used by the characters that are already in there. I have absolutely no clue, but I can't wait to see.
I know one of the characters. I don't know when they will be released, but they were in a previous playtest. No leaks. Um, but it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the characters start shaking up the meta, and then once we start adding more characters, we start going back to these competitive tournaments and actually reevaluating. All right, which characters are strong, which characters start getting countered by others, and then how do the impact of trainings happen? Because that's one thing that we haven't talked
Oh
about at
yeah.
all is the depth of strategy with these trainings, which are actually like most of them were buffed in the launch weekend patch to actually be much more impactful and actually be another means to help you counter play to your own striker's strengths, but also counter to your opponent's weaknesses there as well. So I think there's a lot of depth there, and there is going to be so much that continues to change on a what appears to be a bi-weekly basis as Odyssey continues to roll new strikers out and new balance patches.
Yeah, and even at the top level, while there is like some stuff that are considered more meta than others, definitely. Even at the top level, especially for certain characters, there's a lot of differences between the trainings taken by different top players on the same role. For instance, I think Kai is one of those characters that there's a lot of very viable different sets of trainings that you can use on him, and it really lets you refresh, keep the game fresh, play in different ways, enable you to think of a different playstyle and maybe find a new cool thing that people start to enjoy to play as well.
Yeah, I've actually only really like, just started doing this. By the way, you get brilliant commentary today because both of us are gold players, so
Oh
take
yeah.
everything we say with a grain of salt. But I've only just started like trying to customize more trainings and like figuring out how all of those things play when I'm playing my main of Juliet, right? Which still has a lot of different options, right? You can go for something if you don't have an arrow on your team, maybe you throw in like a crossover, right, to help give you a little bit of extra speed, give you a little bit of
Mm.
extra core control. Whereas, if you are playing with an arrow, or if you have someone else that is going to be focusing on that core control, maybe you can go for something that'll pump out a little bit more damage, make it easier to find those kills, and be able to actually play to this more bruiser play style that is all about getting those knockouts. But worth noting, with this bruiser play style we've been talking about, it's not all of the time that you're able to score on power plays, right? I think,
Oh
you
yeah.
know,
We've seen
it's
great defensive play.
yeah, it's a lot more difficult than it sounds, right? Because the core sometimes has a mind of its own. Not quite. Obviously, it's predetermined, bouncing off walls, but all of the same, like this core sometimes is that much more difficult to control, especially when you're trying to find that power play and when you're trying to like rush and all of a sudden, okay, one of the enemy team got knocked out. We're on a power play. We really ought to move forward with this. But sometimes you just can't rush it. You have to be methodical with this things. And then 6 seconds later, the opponent spawns back in. Your advantage is done, right? So it'll be interesting to see, how many of these power play opportunities we're actually going to get capitalized on here, and what exactly comes of the rest of that.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes even during a power play, you say capitalizing on it. Sometimes even the team which is in the power play gets capitalized on, as knocking somebody out does take you to be in a certain position, and that position can be exploited. Maybe while you were knocking somebody out, maybe the core sneaks onto your side, and your goalie's in a 1v1, and suddenly it's a goal. If mistakes happens, that's entirely possible when cooldowns are down, and you just have to rely on your striking ability.
Yeah. So a lot of complicated things. And I swear, folks, we're going to get gameplay soon. I think we're going to be hopping into the round 2 match of Stout versus Ball Chasers. So hopefully we'll be getting into this one in a moment, as I believe those teams are hopefully getting ready soon to hop in here. Promise, folks, this isn't just an Omega Strikers talk show. We are going to be seeing gameplay here at some point for this tournament cast.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be an amateur tournament without some a community event without a little bit of delay, a few bugs. I mean, even at the professional level, we saw recently in the League of Legends World Championship about an hour of delay on the first day. It's things
Oh my
that
God.
you know happen nowadays, and you just
Uh,
have to go with it.
Watching those games from Worlds was like, or I was like occasionally tuning in, right? They had something like 8 games planned. I think that broadcast
Oh
probably
yeah.
lasted like 10 or 12 hours, right? Or something insane. Um, so yeah, definitely, there are going to be delays. These things happen. It's a new game. It's a new tournament series as we hop things into and figure this stuff out. I mean, no one's written the book yet on how to run an Omega Strikers tournament, right? Um, So it'll be interesting to see how things come on. And of course, props to I asked how to say this name earlier, and I'm going to butcher it again. Kamidere or something like that
It
is the
is. I think it is
organization name. But
Kamidare.
Saya and Kuyachi for tournament organizing, production staff. Those two have been doing their best to make sure they've got all their ducks in a row to bring this event to you. So props to them, of course. We're just up here talking and stalling for time. Like we're just babbling our mouths for however long. Those two are the ones that are putting in the real work for the community. So hats off to them. But uh,
Absolutely. I think
yeah,
Gachi redid the seed, well, not the seeding, but like had to go keep on looking up players over and over since we got more and more players coming in at the last minute. So honestly, great job on that end, enabling you to be able to play in the tournament despite maybe some last minute inscriptions. So we're in here now. We're gonna be ready to go in the near future, and it's all thanks to these two, honestly, doing a tremendous job, being able to basically run this event as a two-man team. Holy moly.
yeah. I could not imagine trying to do this. It's just two people.
Oh,
Um, we are still having some technical difficulties getting into the queue. Um, but we'll figure out how all of this works. Again, we're figuring this out.
yeah, possibly another technical difficulty that we are resolving, but I guess it can be worth it to go look at the teams that we are going to be watching today. These two teams are maybe not on the higher end of the ranking ladder, but it might still be worth it to talk about their potential skills in this game. We're gonna maybe at least say their name. We're gonna have sorry, we changed game. This is gonna be, I think, a high rank game. Holy, let me check. Yeah, Styles versus Ball Chasers. Style Strikers are one of the favorite teams within this tournament. And you said versus Ball Chasers. I think this is a more low ranked team. So maybe we're gonna get to see the underdogs trying to pull out a win, pull the rug under the feet of the favored giants coming into this tournament. Some of the
Yeah,
favorite giants.
definitely going to be interesting to see what comes of this. Of course, we'll see how it all plays together. Obviously, there's a chance for that element of surprise, but when you're going up against people that have had the game for longer than you have, it might be a bit difficult to pull out that upset. But of course, we'll see. And it'll also give us a good glimpse into what the Stout Strikers are doing to start things off here. For those of you that may not be as familiar, Stout Strikers is a team of UMC, User Wet, and Bent Up. UMC, most notably, for those of you that have been watching high elo Twitch streams, UMC is a constant in some of these Omega lobbies. So interested to see what he's going to pull out, playing more of that forward role. And the other thing that's interesting here as well is that I think a lot of these higher level players, especially, are able to kind of flex around between different strikers depending on what they think is going to be best, or at least they've been doing it so far in solo queue. So they're putting in plenty of hours on all of these other strikers here as well, in order to actually come on back into this one. I feel like there are very few people that are known for like one specific striker, maybe with the exception of like, Metaverse, who we're going to see today probably pull out the Kai goalie, right? Other than that, I feel like there's very few people that are actually have a, like, staple striker, at least yet. Obviously,
Hmm.
as the game starts developing more, maybe we'll see more of that. But these players often going to be very flexible.
Exactly. I can only think, as a new member of this community, I can only think of one other name, and it's personally PP7, who's been able to bring the SL goalie into prominence, basically not by himself, but at least giving it a lot of visuality, like showing people that it is a pick that is entirely viable if you are good enough. We even saw some other higher ranked goalies trying to start picking up this pick. I think Geeky was one of them, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly out of memory. Was starting to learn that pick as well. So you can always make a name for yourself out there, especially when the new characters are going to come out. While other people have certain advantages, it doesn't matter. You can come in and show people how to play it yourself if you can get good enough with it. All
Cool.
right.
We are getting into the game now. And so I think there's a chance this is game two. So we'll hopefully have the update for you all on who won game one. Let's take a look here. But of course, Antics, J Rose, and Fire Tuck are on the Ball Chasers squad. And we're going to see Luna Era Juno locked in. A couple of these strikers that we're not seeing as much of in the highest level of this game. And hey, that Luna goalie coming out here as well.
Absolutely, potentially, maybe it was a Dubu ban. We see that character being very popular, but uh, maybe it was just a choice by the players at this point. Anyways, we're gonna have stout strikers on the red side, and on the blue sides, we're gonna be having the ball chasers. Already coming into this game hot. 2 deaths on the side of the ball chasers, trying to keep it up, bent up, able to just push it in with a regular strike, following it up with the bull rush. Absolutely amazing score.
Gotta be careful with this X right in that opponent's goal box. Gonna be able to rough some stuff up there on the front lines. Oh,
Oh
already
my
this
god.
era gonna get knocked out and bent up, charging forward towards this goal line here as well. UMC even starting to get a little bit more involved in that goalie position for the Stout Strikers.
Absolutely trying to push his advantage, does not want this to go down as soon as there is a power play, moving in to try to secure that goal whenever he feels safe to guard the goal with his own goal with the projectiles. And this is going very fast, already 2-0 for Stout Strikers.
The Strikers coming in now. We'll see that what this Luna can do, right, for user wed here. This Luna can just run around the map when it has these cooldowns up. So we'll see what exactly happens here, but bent up going to be able to get that onto the goalie, and now just guides that one right onto the back of the net. That's 3-0.
Beautiful bell ringer from Bent Up to get Antics out of his net, out of the map, and onto the bench for a few seconds. Just enough to get that score slowly going into the net.
Now, we'll see what the offensive presence is here for Ball Chasers, but it's not going to happen fast enough. They're not able to build up much of a presence here, and User Wed is going to be able to put that one in. 4-0 now for the Stout Strikers here. They're on match point.
Exactly, and this is not only, I think, match point for this round, but also since you're up 1-0, this could be the end of the whole set, as we speak of. Core in a very dangerous position. Bent Up does not have X Maximus, it seems, uses the bull rush to get Luna out of the goal once again. Oh my god, Ball Chasers trying to desperately play in the goal, but Bent Up is not done with them. UMC sending it over to the other side of the map. Here goes the boost, not able to net it into the goal. Antics out of position, it seems. Bull Rush not able to find its target. Giro's on the back pedal, trying to cave this whole map.
All three of these members are getting knocked out, and now finally the Ball Chasers will respawn, but it will not be enough, as that Bent Up is going to be able to find the back of the net once more, being an absolute bully on this X. I mean, come on, relentless pressure in making sure that these Ball Chasers members were not feeling comfortable whatsoever, and that will be the 2-0.
Absolutely, and we saw that offensive Luna out there ready to just support this X with the crater, the whammy from afar, and also play kind of like that midfield position that we were talking about. A lot of pressure coming from both characters, no matter where they are. And again, we see Bent Up with the bell ringer right there, just securing an easy goal. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, well done there in order to take care of that. But we'll see what else comes for both of these squads as they will continue here. But overall, fantastic teamwork from the Stout Strikers, and this is one of the reasons why we're noting them as one of the favorites in this tournament, right? They're able to understand exactly what they have to do. Bent Up always in position with that X, making sure that those bull rushes are connecting, making sure, that primary ability is connecting as well, that bell ringer. And all of a sudden, it makes things a lot easier when you're starting to clear out these members, when you're making sure that they're not feeling comfortable in terms of where they're sitting.
Absolutely. I mean, not going with a goalie as frail as Luna. We saw the X come in as a response on the later pick. Obviously, there's no pick order that can be changed around, but still, we saw that it was a punish because we maybe saw it coming. Maybe we scouted the opposition, maybe not. Who knows? At the end of the day, the matchup is just really at a big disadvantage for Luna if X is able to use that pressure constantly, making you not able to focus on the core and your ability to affect the other side of the map at all, as you're just always fighting for your life.
Yeah, And that's one of the things here, right? Especially in that composition era, Juno, Luna. What are you going to do to move the X, right? You have to find something else. Most notably, it's probably going to be another brawler, right? You have to find either your own X or, a Juliet or even a Jakar to try to make sure that that X doesn't feel as comfortable just sitting there in front of the goal, moving around. Or maybe it's even the answer of Dubu goalie, right? Trying to use some of Dubu's, especially that summer assault, trying to get the knockback onto the X. So that'll be a quick round 2 going to the favor of the Stout Strikers. But of course, plenty more gameplay to see. And hey, the Ball Chasers still have a chance. They'll be sent down to the lower bracket to try to fight on back through this one since we are in double elimination.
Exactly. And honestly, things like this are to happen when we have such a wide array of different teams. Oh, hold on. We're getting into our second game, Mega versus Dixon and Griffin against another team that I do not see the name of, but this is one of the favorite teams within this tournament. Is it the same team that they're going up against? Production maybe can confirm this for us later on. But,
Yes.
oh,
Three
Laughing Kings
guys,
against 3 guys, no fries.
no fries. I don't really know. Apparently, they're all Five Guys fans or something. Maybe that's the point. But Three Guys, no fries. I notice a member of Windows on the other side of the pitch here, on that red side. And they all have streamer mode on. Come on, what's up with that, folks? But we're getting right on into this one. This one might actually be relatively close. I think Windows is another player that's been around for some of the play testing. But of course, a lot of this is going to be coming from the Laughing Kings here. They were in the Hapu Invitational. You already see why. Dixon on the front lines able to knock out this Asher, and now it's just a matter of trying to find these passing plays in. Griffin is right there on the Asher to make sure that core finds the back of the net.
Griffin's ability on the Asher to just muscle the core into the net is absurd. Really able to use that arc beam and the pad splitter to just get in there and score it 100% of the time if you're in a winning situation. It's very scary to go up against.
Very scary to go up against, and even doubled with the Asher's passive ability of that shield that comes up after that, after one of those abilities is used, able to make sure that these things find the back of the net. And now Dixon able to put in a very precise shot in order to make sure that that one goes in. Now up 2-0 are the Laughing Kings.
Beautiful angle coming up from these two. We can see a difference in the composition here from the Laughing Kings opting for a double bruiser composition, whereas 3 guys, no fries opt for the era right now. And then we can see that in the stagger bar right now, kind of paying off for Laughing Kings right there. Really damaging the opposition very hard. Era being broken out, has to play a bit more passively, but does not want to be out of the game. RDB a dead body, so she has to keep going, but she goes down. Juliet and Asher are left to defend on this one. 3 guys, no fries fighting for their lives.
What was that combination? Megaverse with that ultimate ability from the Kai, and that is going to be the ace and an easy goal. Griffin and Dixon continuing to bully the goal line for 3 guys, no fries, and making sure that that one goes in as well.
You know, I think one of the options that 3 guys, no fries has to maybe win this game is maybe Megaverse just gets asleep on the job, watching Dixon and Griffin bullying the other team on the other side of the screen, and maybe forgets that he has to play the game. I think that's one of the options right there for them, as Griffin gets it once again with ease with the arc beam and the the breakthrough.
You know, one of the things here, especially when you're looking at Juliet Asher, anytime that core is right in front of the goal, these two strikers have so many abilities to just make sure that that core is being constantly hit. With the Juliet Surge, that dash ability, and then the Fiery Fist as well, not to mention even that ultimate can be used to start moving that core around a little bit more. We've already talked about how much pressure this Asher can put out. It's going to be very dangerous anytime that one of these strikers is in front of the core, but now that Asher's going to get knocked out. It's a power play here. Potentially 3 guys, no fries can try to get something done here, but now here comes Megaverse. We're seeing why. This was one of the top players in the game right now, speeding around, making sure that that core is always in front of him as he's continuing to strike this ball and clear it to the other side of the pitch.
Oh, beautiful Fire Fist from Dixon, aiming it at the corner, finessing it in past Asher right there, doing their best, and that's going to be 1-0 up for the Laughing Kings.
Megaverse coming away with the MVP there. 3 assists. Exactly what we're talking about when you start trying to make sure that these clears are happening. And I think that's one of the things, especially out of goalie play, that is going underappreciated right now, is where are you clearing the core to? Are you clearing it towards because certainly you can't clear it right into an enemy player, right? You've got to make sure that you're looking for additional elements of positioning where you can try to take that to another side of the pitch. You can try to take it to somewhere where your teammate will beat your opponent to that core. And so watch out for that. We'll try to call that out here as well as we get into game 2 with the Laughing Kings remaining on the blue side. Maybe we'll see if they decide to opt out for a little bit of a composition change, and looks like that will be the case as now Griffin is going to go over to the X here.
Absolutely. Maybe Asher is banned. Both teams not opting to select her so far. Dixon picking the Estelle, probably the definition of a midfield character, if you were to ask me. And we're going to see the Atlas goalie coming out on the side of Three Guys No Fries, another goalie that some people find slightly controversial. A lot of people still think he's very viable. Some people think he's a bit less so, but we've seen him pull results regardless on the top of the ladder. So let's get right into this game as Griffin goes for the core.
Yeah, I think in a world where Asher is banned, the Atlas goalie can kind of try to counter this X if it's trying to be too much of a bully, right? Trying to save your own teammates with that ultimate ability coming in here as well. But look at how far forward Megaverse is playing. Not afraid here, especially with the additional speed boost that this Kai potentially has to carry things on. Trying to be an active part of the team's offense here, and now clearing it back to the other side of the pitch. You see the Giga Blast come out, keeping up the pressure. Now Dixon trying to keep up the pressure here as well, making sure that this core stays in front of the goal, but they're doing an excellent job of just controlling this for the time being. The Laughing Kings, and right now, Three Guys No Fries can't quite seem to find a clear out of their own side of the pitch.
Exactly. Center stage is one of the maps where goalies can feel the most safe walking up and using their abilities to try to keep the core on the other side of the playing field. And thus, it's really hard sometimes to get it across. And we can see that happening over and over as Megaverse on his Sky, able to just walk up, use his projectile to assist his 2 strikers and enabling that goal right there.
Enabling that goal to come in, but now what will the response be? You see Griffin still continuing to apply pressure to the forwards of Three Guys No Fries, and they're just not quite able to do much of anything here. Now potentially in the breakaway, it's the X trying to get something done here. Is able to find that bell ringer, but now Griffin on his own. There's the save here coming in from the goal line Atlas, but now what else will happen here? It looks like the tempo has been lost for Three Guys No Fries. And with another 1 player down, it's a power play for the Laughing Kings, but a very nice clear comes out here, able to stall things out.
Beautiful Celestial intervention to try to keep his teammate alive from Big Zilla, but it is just not enough currently. Not able to find value with the Magic Maelstrom coming out from Era, but the Cosmic Expense is able to save Three Guys No Fries so far over and over as it's being beautifully used. Flutterfly comes out from Era, trying to keep everybody at very high speeds to be all over the map, as there's only 2 of them now. It's very important to be able to contest a lot of space as the ball gets rotated around like this.
Again, just watch Megaverse continue to clear to the other side of the pitch around that center stage block there. But now, potential power play here for Three Guys No Fries. What are they going to be able to do? Looks like trying to get this over to the Era, but it's just not quite happening this time around. Now trying to send that one towards the net. Nice save by Megaverse. And now there's going to be a punish. The X goes down for Three Guys No Fries. Griffin now over to Dixon, looking for something with the Crystal Thorns, but just does not quite find the mark there. Excellent play so far here for Three Guys No Fries in order to try to continue to keep up this defense.
They've been so solid this second game. This round has been going on for way too long. There's only 1 minute and 15 seconds left into the game. We've only seen 1 goal. A lot of people are at level 10, but we finally get to see the second one, putting pressure onto Three Guys No Fries to find 1 score within the next minute and 11 seconds.
That scoring presence of the Estelle. The piercing shot didn't connect, but I think the Crystal Thorns did with that core, making it just that much more difficult to actually come in through here. I actually was watching a few folks yesterday in both perspectives were like, saw the Crystal Thorns come out at a specific moment. They're like, yeah, that's just unsavable. That's how powerful the Estelle is. But now Megaverse getting a goal of his own here with that Giga Blast coming in, able to put that one to the back of the net. It's 3-0 for the Laughing Kings.
My oh my. Big Zilla on the Atlas still has 100% of his stacks of stacks, which have been crucial, to say the least, for his perfect, near perfect defense over and over, saving the core. Megaverse in a similar position where he's able to have a lot of freedom, but in a different way. Celestial Intervention used by Pigzilla to keep himself alive, but it seems that X Maximus is able to just take him out regardless. Griffin in a beautiful position to score, uses the bull rush for positioning. Era able to, with the help of Flutterfly, get in position and strike the core right out of the goal, playing a beautiful defensive game. Griffin stalling the ball, looking for a nasty angle, and scores the 4th goal in favor of the Laughing Kings.
4th goal, 24 seconds left to go. 3 guys, no fries. Still haven't been able to find anything on the front lines. That's one of the things here, you know, Estelle versus Era. The Estelle is going to be able to have so much more core control in general here, whereas the Era is trying to provide buffs, trying to provide a little bit more of extra thought-out positioning. But now both those forwards getting cleared off the map here. Griffin sending it over to Dixon, but can't quite seem to capitalize. Now that core is going to go back the other direction, but we are going to have time expire, and the Laughing Kings are going to take the series 2-0.
Wow, absolutely beautiful game. And while the three guys, one fries were not able to find the goals, they were able to hold on for so long and really gave us a lot of hope that this could go to a 3rd game. But the Laughing Kings refused to let that be history and close that box, saying, no, we are taking control of this game and going into the finals as soon as possible.
Yeah, and well done there by them, of course. The Laughing Kings, again, coming into this tournament as one of the favorites as they were announcing their roster, especially after their, you know, so far, pretty good performance in the Hafu Invitational. But we'll just have to see if they can try to close things out today. But so far, they seem to be on. Enough passing plays coming between the 2 forwards, and just continuing to utilize this X as the absolute bully that it can be. You know, clearing out a lot of these members, including forwards and goalies, all of the same. And now we're seeing this last goal come in here. Griffin able to have pinpoint accuracy, and you'll notice off of the side of the goal there that time around, utilizing that small little flat area to make sure that that one gets into the net.
I absolutely thought, and I mean that, I'm not even joking. I absolutely thought that X was mostly just terrifying my solo queue games. I did not know that even in higher levels of play, X was this scary, getting knockout after knockout, leveling up so fast with the huge amount of damage that he can dish out. I just thought that we were playing bad down there in gold, but maybe there's something more to it. That character can be just so scary in the right situation.
I mean, one of the things I think is really about any brawler is that any brawler is going to be able to capitalize on small little positioning errors that a lot of players, you know, frankly, even starting to look up to the Challenger and Omega players right now, don't even fully realize, right? Because we've only been playing this game for close to a week. But if you're standing just close enough to that edge of the map, especially after an X comes in with a bell ringer, you better be careful of where exactly it is you're standing to make sure that that X isn't going to be as much of a threat. And with that, just how big of a hitbox that bell ringer really does have, it's going to be difficult to actually, you know, position around it. In a lot of cases, you actually have to walk towards the X because actually it's a ring around the X. So if you're right up close to the X, you won't get hit by it as badly as you will on the outside. So, you know, it's one of those things where you really have to start paying attention, and those micro plays are going to be coming in very critical as we get further and further along into this game's development.
Yeah, having haste, meaning more movement speed in that situation, is really what gives you agency in whether or not you are getting hit or not getting hit. Whoever has the more speed dictates really if the hit is going to happen if both players play perfectly at that point. Because X can also adjust his movement to match towards if he is good enough. So speed and slows are really the key to maybe fighting this X. Era is one of the champions that X apparently has a tougher matchup against with the bewitching beam, able to slow him down, make him smaller, make that hitbox smaller, lower his power, and making a core part of his kit really hard to use. Well, I mean, his whole kit is basically just kill you. So his whole kit gets a big nerf with that bewitching beam.
Yeah. Um, so have to see what else comes of the rest of this here. Of course, we are only getting our first few glimpses into what this will look like. And you have to imagine Laughing Kings that we just saw, and then, of course, the Stout Strikers probably going to end up running into each other at some point today. And I think that'll be a fun match to watch. So make sure you're still tuning in. Make sure you're still going to be with us for those as we start getting closer and closer to the end of matches later on today. But of course, there's a lot more games going on right now, and you'll be able to follow along on the bracket. A lot of things coming out here on the whole, especially as we start to see the lower bracket start to get played a little bit more as these teams are looking for a little bit of that redemption as well. Again, a lot of fun and interesting games, and I'm only excited, given the fact that it's a first tournament. I'm really curious to know how much further we'll go.
Exactly. I'm curious to see right now. SDC currently 1-1 with Stout Strikers, which are second. Stout Strikers being a monster team, second seeded team within the whole tournament currently. SDC being quite lower, but they're 1-1 currently going into their third game. Absolutely crazy to think that as we talked about, it's not because you're the highest seeded team that you can get away scot-free. Teams being able to steal games off of these top teams and currently maybe able to steal a win depending on how that last game goes.
Yeah, definitely should be a fun one here. And again, there are going to be a lot of surprises as we get into this one. And potentially one of these two teams can give us some of those surprises. We've got the Sundubu Strikers versus Bob Jones. We'll double check on which side is which. I believe it will be the Sundubu Strikers on red side and Bob Jones on the blue side. We're seeing this double brawler composition come out here again out of this blue side, and then Estelle Juliet for the other side.
Exactly. Going into this, the teams have a very different philosophy, I'm guessing, as Estelle is more of a mid, as we talked about, midfield position, whereas we have a double striker composition on the side of Bob Jones. Oki already has his guard broken. Danger is taken to the edge. Grimella's Crystal Tones able to finish up this kill. Deezy Breezy in a very favorable position to score if he's able to get a pass from Grimella, but Grimella gets really pressured out here. Very low stagger. The bell ringer is going to be able to break it finally in the end. John Bob and Oki looking for potentially a score right here in a 2v3 position.
But looks like Grimella starting to challenge here on the Estelle, warping forward, trying to find something here. See this go back and forth. And one of the things is that these Dubus are going to be difficult to get around in that goalie position, right? One of the reasons why it's a favorite striker here, especially with things like that Tofu Fortress. You saw that come out there, blocking things out, stalling things out, providing less angles to actually find this core to the back of the net. We're seeing an excellent job of core control so far. Oh no, that one was so close to going in there for Joan Bob, but not able to find it that time around. Potentially another opportunity, but with no cooldowns up, it's going to be more difficult to score. Now there's the knockout. And it looks like Breezy, unfortunately, going to be trying to get those two brawlers out of there, but is going to be sending that core to the back of the net here. Bob Jones up 1-0.
Exactly. Reznok saving that core from going into his net, but at what cost? The cost of his own life. The blood toll to pay was very costly in the end, as it just enabled Bob Jones' team to just go in and get that score. But currently, it is a much closer game than we think. Oki guard broke and Wilbur able to get that core out of his side of the map, but it's just getting passed around. Nobody has the firm grasp on where it's going to go. Tofu Fortress comes in late, but barely saves it regardless. A bit of an awkward position that Reznok finds himself in, but we do get the knockout onto John Bob. Somersault. Fury saves it.
That Summer Assault is going to be one of those things on this Dubu that is sometimes can be difficult to use, but when you do, it can be so impactful, as we saw right there, stopping the assault from the Crystal Thorns out of Grimella on that time around. But now, who will be the next team to strike here? It looks like Bob Jones trying to find a little bit of passive play here. Oki opening up some space with that bell ringer, but now the Dubu is down for Bob Jones. Potential scoring opportunity, but with Grimella mostly staggered, it's going to be difficult to actually find something done here. Freezy Breezy trying to get a little bit of done here with those abilities, and now stealing away the goalie orb from Wilbur. Looks like this core still continues to go back and forth, though, as both these teams are just trying to look for an advantage here of some time.
Absolutely. Freezy Breezy, despite getting the knockout with the Flying Phoenix into Fiery Punch combo, not able to find the goal. But we see once again, as this is another power play, maybe the second or third this round, from the side of the Sundubu Strikers, but not able to find the goal still.
It is now Grimella going down there on the Estelle. Freezy Breezy, though, striking right back, taking care of that Juliet. We're on 60 seconds left to go here. These, as we're seeing a lot of these KOs come in and not many goals, we'll see how much more impactful it'll be if this game does get to overtime. You see Grimella throwing out these Crystal Thorns here as well, and now that one's going to go right around the corner. An awkward bounce to Reed, and Reznok cannot quite find it. Wilbur going to get credited with that goal. Bob Jones up 2-0.
Absolutely devastating goal with 44 seconds left. This is going to put a lot of pressure on the red side to just try to play aggressively, get a goal to stay in the game, or else they will just automatically lose when the countdown hits 0. Bellringer used a lot of pressure by John Bob and Oki to muscle that goal in right according to the goal.
That's the brawler meta, baby. Looking right down the eyes of your opponents and able to force that puck into the back of the net. Now, there's just 30 seconds left to go here. We need to see 2 goals out of Sundubu within the next two minutes. Otherwise, this game 1 is going to be going to the Bob Jones squad. We'll see what happens here. Grimella, piercing shot, not going to connect this time around. Looking for something here. Crystal Thorns can't quite seem to find it either. And those cooldowns are going to be so impactful out of this Estelle. Freezy Breezy, though, able to find the knockout. That can't quite find the bounce off of the edge of the goalpost. But finally, there it is. Freezy Breezy strikes its back in that 2 seconds left to go to find this goal for Sundubu.
This might be, while a bit of hope for the Sundubu Strikers. It's devastating that that goal did not happen 3 seconds earlier. With only 2 seconds to go, there's almost no hope to score that. And as Wilbur uses the Tofu Fortress, it's just going to be the end of the game. First game going to Bob Jones.
Well done to the Bob Jones squad. And you'll notice again, one of the reasons why we're talking so much about this double brawler meta, right? You saw it numerous times with Oki and John Bob on the X and the Juliet for the blue side, right on up to that Dubu on the other side of the pitch. Anytime you can get that much damage out, I mean, the Juliet can like solo stagger, you know, some enemies, and then you throw in an X on top of that maybe throws in the bell ringer for the true knockout blow. That's going to be a devastating attack if you're on the goal line and you are not careful, especially on a Dubu that has a little bit low mobility. So those are going to be things to watch out for here, and we'll see if there's an adaptation here heading into game 2 for Sundubu. Maybe they'll try to fight some fire with fire.
Absolutely. I mean, being forced to use the somersault defensively and not having that option to just save the core with it is really rough for Dubu, as sometimes it's the only tool you have to fight certain situations, and the picks coming in so fast. It looks like we're going to get a run back of the exact same compositions going into Origins, the wide open map, with the blue orbs increasing the size and the stat and healing an additional 50% stagger. This is going to be massive for those to counter those aggressive plays from X, potentially maybe being harder to knock out.
By the way, shout outs to the collegiate scene here. I see Grimella using that Bruins emote in game. You can find more info on that on Kingsley's Twitter. But nonetheless, we're getting into this one here, and both these teams looking to try to feel each other out. Again, very slow gameplay to start things out, but it'll be interesting once Oki and Junebob start to get in position. Have to be a little bit careful, but that clear is going to come on through here. And Oki high on stagger now, or is staggered, I should say.
Oh,
gonna be difficult to actually get a lot done. Oh, brutal there. Now Grimella has an opportunity to score and will find the net. That's 1-0. Sundubu strikes first.
We talked about it earlier. Despite being in a power play, if it costs your, if you need to change your positioning so much that it leaves wide open, there's a potential to just finally get exploited and get scored on. Grimella, with his roll score, has been phenomenal at being in the right time in the right place, trying to find these opportunities.
See what else comes to this one now. You'll notice Oki, Junebob, both on the front lines trying to take care of something, and now Grimella goes down first. Freezy Breezy trying to play a little bit of the dribble to themselves, but not going to happen this time around, and Oki's going to find the bell ringer there in order to send that one to the goal line past Reznok, tying this game up.
think we have an audio glitch currently. If it's my microphone, I'm sorry about it. Maybe you guys can let us know what the hell is going on. If it's all of us or maybe just one of us. But while that is happening, Oki gets taken out. Getting back into this power play for the side of the Sundubu Strikers.
We'll see what else comes of this here. As you see, trying to clear out the side of the map here. What else happens is now 3Z Breezy going to get blocked away by that Tofu Fortress as well. Really not having the best of luck here with this Tofu on either side of the map. But now Oki back up here with this axe, looking to try to maybe knock out Grimella here. A little bit high stacker on the Estelle. Has to be careful. Back and forth here in the mid lines as the scuffle continues. We'll see which team starts to come on. Oh, well done by Joe and Bob. Able to clear out 2 members. Now passing over to Oki. There's the ace coming in here. And there it is. Well done by Bob Jones. Double brawler. Here it is. Strikes again, finding all of these knockouts.
But John Bob, just a monster with his Flying Phoenix Firing Fist combo over and over to find the drive-by kills when people are near the edge. Comes in so fast, gets the job done, and goes back to trying to attack the goal furiously. He's a menace.
And all about these slight positioning errors. They're just close enough to the sides of the map to get knocked out by either the bell ringer or their fiery fist from either one of these members. And now it's the Dubu on the back lines that's going to get taken out here for the Sundubu squad. Hopefully we'll be respawning momentarily, but now Grimella trying to find this on the front lines for the Tofu Fortress. Going to be difficult to get around Oki. Now looking for the bull rush. Not going to be able to find it. It's the back of the net here. The Tofu Fortress comes out alive here, trying to take care of business. Well done. Nice defensive save. Now Grimella might have an opportunity, but the Crystal Thorn's not going to connect that time around. This one's going to continue going back and forth. We've still got about a minute left to go, but a nice pass out to Oki, able to put that one away. Bob Jones, 3-1.
And this is an absolute nasty angle. Not a lot you can do on the side of Dubu unless you have your somersault, and even then you have to react quite early, kind of predict it. One thing, oh my god, John Bob, 6 kills in a row, but gets treated out by 3Z Breezy. Oki using the X Maximus to try to get as much pressure, making this a brawl fight with no interest in the goal as both goalies just shoot past the ball to each other. Double kill once again. This is just a high-paced game. Nice piercing shot by Grimella. Finally getting a finesse goal into it. Finesse score into the goal.
Well done then again there by the Estelle. And one of the weaknesses of this double brawler composition, not going to have a ton of core control, right? You're not going to be able to find a lot of these things because you're limited in how fast you can end up moving here for both of these champions. So while they strike hard, not quite going to be able to be in the position to do that all of the time. And that's one of the weaknesses here. If you can take out Wilbur on this Dubu, might be another opportunity here. Nice somersault to lock things up, but now it's the Dubu on the other side is away. 3Z Breezy can't quite find the core fast enough. And now Bob Jones goes back up 2 with 28 seconds to play.
It seemed that despite Grimella bringing Stinger with them on the Estelle, they're not able to find enough damage for it to be meaningful. It really seems like it's just the combos coming out from 3Z Breezy, able to find these random kills off of positionings. It's been paying off sometimes, but oh, the self goal with the Tofu Fortress. You hate to see it. Hard to use reactively. Always leaves the gap. Oy, oy, oy. Nice try. But it seems that Bob Jones is going to go up 2-0 and win the whole set.
And well done by them to take that one away. A lot of cases, John Bob, Oki able to find the connections with one another. John Bob, 3 assists coming in that last game there. So you'll notice, even though maybe didn't score a lot of those goals, those passing plays were coming in clutch. That's exactly, I think, one of the reasons that allowed them to carry on to end up winning that set.
I think this is our first example live on stream of a team that is lower seeded winning against a team that is higher seeded. The gap not being as much, but still, we can see that despite the differences, maybe you play less, maybe you play more, does not matter. You're still able to come through and win with a clean 2-0.
Yeah, and well done here as we take a look at some of the replays coming out. You'll notice this is how Game 1 ended. That Tofu Fortress coming in clutch to secure the game there. But in this second game, it was the Sundu strikers striking first. Ramella putting this one away, but it just wasn't quite enough, especially once the KO train got rolling and John Bob continued to find Oki here. The ace comes in, and that was that goal.
Exactly, Bush is coming out here. We see a lot of brawling, but it's at the end of the day, this game has been so explosive, and at the end, just trying to save it reactively with the Tofu Fortress. Maybe you play different goalies, and your specials maybe sometimes good to save it maybe with the Giga Blast, but Tofu Fortress and that ability you have to just really proactively and not at the last second. Doing your best there in the end, it's really hard to judge whether or not it's going to be going to the full range or leaving a gap in your fortress here. At least that's what happens to me constantly. But hey, I'm gold. What do I know?
Yeah, no, but you are right, right? It is difficult to actually end up using that in kind of a reactive manner, especially because once that layout changes, right? Once each of those individual things hit something, that's where it'll stand for a while. And so now all of a sudden, instead of having an arc or instead of having a line, you've got this weird shape where the core can bounce around 9 different ways and in a lot of cases go in a way that you're not quite expecting. So that's one of the difficulties and one of the issues with using Dubu, right? I think it's just a learning curve that some people start to figure out as time continues to progress, because it's one thing to say some of these things like, oh, yeah, use that Tofu Fortress proactively, right? Use it off of
Yeah,
cooldown so that you could start throwing things out. It's another thing to actually put it into practice where you're sitting there over the keyboard. You're like, okay, but I have to save this for just the right moment. Not quite, probably not with that ability anyway.
absolutely. Easier said than done. And I think that's true for a lot of concept in this game. Funnily enough, I tried to get one of my friends who plays Windjammer into this game. He was saying that, Omega Striker, the core is too slow. That game is gonna bore me. But once you get into the game and actually have your mind focus on 7 different things, it can be quite overwhelming. And suddenly the core speed seems fairly well adjusted for the task at hand.
Yeah. It might start out slow, but of course, as you keep going, things will start to speed up. We're getting later and later into the bracket here. So if you're following along, we're currently or we're about to start off with the winners semifinals. The top 4 teams that haven't been eliminated yet. Doesn't mean they're top 4 of the tournament. Just means they haven't lost a single game yet. The 2 matches will be the Laughing Kings versus Keen University and Stout Strikers versus the Bob Jones squad we just saw. Hopefully, we'll be getting into those matches in just a little bit. But all the meanwhile, we're starting to see some of these teams come together in the lower bracket as well. And we'll start to probably cover that here in a bit as we get underway with some of the rest of what's going on here.
Exactly. And I think we're going to be getting into game soon, TM, as I think we're going to see the Zealot Strikers against 8 Gate. Maybe know these guys, maybe even looking forward to seeing them play. I'm too new to the scene. I don't personally know them, but I can't wait to get to know them, see what they can bring to the table. So far in the tournament, has everything gone to your expectation personally?
Uh, I mean, it's hard to have expectations for a week 2 open tournament, right? But I think we're seeing a lot of kind of what we were talking about when we were first starting out in those, opening 10 minutes, talking about a lot of how the double brawler meta is going to be incredibly strong, talking about how you're trying to play off of these positioning errors of your opponents. And then, as well, a lot of the teams that we were kind of predicting looking at this is the higher rated teams on the ELO ladder, also the teams that have the most play testers on them, right? The folks that have been playing the game for the longest are the ones that are currently victorious, at least so far. Though I am interested, potentially to watch the Bob Jones versus Stout Strikers match later to see what exactly happened there, because Bob Jones was seeming pretty solid there overall. And Stout Strikers were looking a little bit shaky after coming off of, being forced to a game 3. So we'll have to see what comes of that set at some point here. But yeah, should be interesting to continue watching this and continuing to follow along, especially as we're just beginning to open up really what the scene is going to look like.
Exactly. And honestly, for me, this has been a blast so far. I couldn't have picked the way we started off the stream, honestly, with the first game. Luna goalie coming in already, giving me solo queue flashbacks to some extent, except it's actually worked in some cases. We saw some beautiful whammies coming out in that game. So we also saw it crumble under the pressure. The two sides of Luna. That there's always two sides to the coin: the oppressive side and the crumbles under pressure side. And that was just, took me right home in my comfort zone, something I can understand. And then we saw some beautiful matches that were very close later on, and even strategies that I personally did not think would work out as much. I knew we would be seeing a lot of double brawler, but we saw a lot of compositions that were not double brawler hold on for a lot longer and also get kills on the double brawler compositions, which their expertise is to win these fights. So maybe as the meta develops, we get to see more and more people being able to play around this double brawler. As the tournament, advances, maybe we get to see a lot more people play around the double brawler, or maybe we just get to see more of it. I'm just pumped to see more.
Yeah, I mean, watching more gameplay, right? At the end of the day, is really what we're here for. That's what we want to see. We want to see more competition. And I think one of the interesting things here, too, is especially when you're talking about looking into an actual tournament setting, right? What are these matches going to actually end up looking like? When we have, these tournament matches come together, these teams are playing together probably in comms a lot of the time, which is something that we don't really see as often in the ranked ladder. You don't see a lot of 3-stacks right now because, the rankings are, you get severely punished kind of for playing in those three stacks in terms of that skill difference. But so it's interesting to watch, these actual teams come together in an environment where they're not going to get punished, right? An environment where everybody is playing together all of the time and communicating. Maybe we'll see more rotations come in and what have you. As you mentioned here earlier, we're going to be returning back to this Luna goalie out of Silent here, coming in. And this is going to be one of those things that'll be dangerous if that core is on the other side of the field, but it might be a little bit more difficult to get that dislodged if you're currently on your own side. So here we go. We'll be getting in a game here in just a moment.
Heading into side streets with the knockback boost orb. We're going to have, of course, Zealots versus 8 currently going into this. Already a lot of aggression coming out of Luxor using the X Maximus Celestial Intervention used to keep potentially teammates alive, but Silent manages... Oh no, sorry, Atomic gets it in. Was that an arc beam to get it in?
It was probably a few things, right? Anytime that Asher is standing in front of the goal, you have to be careful when that core falls right there. Could have been an arc beam, could have also been utilizing that passive, a little bit of a light hit on the core to keep that moving forward. Something to watch out for here on that Asher as we get into it. You really cannot clear it right into that Asher, even though might not have the strongest kill presence. We're seeing Asher play much more forward just because of how easy it is to try to build up that pressure and score those goals.
Silent trying to get the orb out of his side of the field with the whammy. Uses the crater, is not able to land it onto anything. Astral projection to get it out of that side street, and Silent is just not at the right place at the right time. Atomic just getting a little bit of an angle on the core and putting it in the goal easily.
Well done there, but the real questions could be what the response might be coming out of a gate. With the Mistel X, we're hoping to see this X start to get in there and rough some feathers up. But now, already starting to see actually Rest X trying to play a little bit more aggressive here on this high forward this time around. Looking to try to play a little bit more of this core control, but now Luxors might be in the area trying to get this taken care of. Now, Atomic Chronic on that Asher again was looking for a scoring opportunity, couldn't quite find it this time around. Now, looking at this one, trying to get this back to the red side of the pitch, but Rest X is there trying to play a little bit of ping pong with Silence on this Luna goalie. Keeps going back and forth here, and now this Kai is getting knocked around like pinball. It's going to have to retreat here for the time being. Silent trying to dash in, not quite able to put that one away, and has the eject button to go right back to the goalie position, but it doesn't matter. Atomic Chronic able to find yet another angle here playing this Asher.
Silent trying to use the boost to get in and just try to sneak a goal in, but it seems like Kuberto just too aware of the situation, able to get it out with a simple strike, and Atomic just getting it with the double strike with the nice angle going in. Astral projection actually lets the core slip into the side street. Oh no, piercing shot not hitting and also getting punished for trying to go for it on the side street. Very risky position. Itset is able to, however, come back, uses the Rose Warp, gets in the middle, tries to brawl. Rest X is able to walk scot-free as both the strikers on the side of 8 Gate are in the middle and not there to support their goalie.
So often, Roller Forward is being in the right place in the right time. And Rest X and Atomic Chronic have been doing a fantastic job of just that. Being in the right place to punish the Luna goalie. And there it is again. Coming in here for Atomic Chronic. That is the 5-0 sweep for the Zealot Strikers in game 1.
Oh, no, 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 no. Luna give it and Luna take it away. And in this one, Luna definitely took away. No whammies and no craters were able to find the efficiency that you need to run this pick. And it seemed that the boost to try to sneak the goal in just did not work for that one instance where it could have worked. Not able to find those slight opportunities that just need to work for Luna to go to work. And we're going to already head into game 2. Side streets again with the knockback boost again.
Knockback boost again, and perhaps a little bit of deja vu here coming out as these teams are going to be switching sides as well. One of the things about this game as it is right now is that the side select is kind of random, right, in terms of blue side and red side. So hope you're following us there, but looks like might see a similar composition here coming out. Now actually going over to the Asher for the side of 8th Gate here. Might have a little bit of an extra scoring potential or a little bit of extra defensive options here as well.
Exactly. Maybe able to force the goal in a bit more. Perhaps we're saying our defensive options were not the mistake. We just need to capitalize on our offensive opportunities a bit more, and that's what we're going to try to do. Crater coming down from the side of Silent, not able to find anything. Oh my god. Asher already forced out, but the boost from Silent finally finds value as he dashes in and scores it in. Kuberto on the SL goalie, not able to hold on.
Again, if that core is on the opposite side of the field, that Luna goalie can be devastating because it's just something you're not expecting. But it might be difficult to try to prevent these from going in here as RestX is able to find the strike, taking that one right back. 15 seconds in, 2 goals scored, 1 apiece.
Absolutely right there, Luxers, and it's set both focusing their pressure onto Atomic Chronic, and we can see RestX able to just walk in sometimes scot-free, but this round, that is not happening. It's set, use an X Maximus to get the guard really low, but when you put too much pressure on one member, it seems that the other one is just able to slip by and get a one-on-one onto the Luna right there and score it in scot-free.
Able to get that one in. Again, very reminiscent of what we were watching in the last match here as well. And now Arc Beams traded away for both of these Ashers. They're looking to try to continue this one here. Kuberto on this Estelle on the back line. Something we haven't talked about yet. This Estelle goalie for right now. And now RestX Silent trying to play the mind games. Silent going to be able to send that one away, but it's going to be met with another strike coming in from Atomic Chronic. Again, this Luna doesn't have a ton of clearing options to get this core out of the net.
And that's so sad because we saw beautiful patience and confidence to hit that last second shot from Silent, waiting for RestX to strike it first. Really shows that he's really comfortable in this position, but sometimes you're just lacking the tools to do something about it. And that was one of those cases. Uses the boost aggressively to try to knock the ball out, but it seems that the bell ringer from its set is going to get the core into his own goal. Oh no.
Things you hate to see there is that bell ringer can be difficult to control. You really got to, be patient playing that one on the X. And now it's match point. Atomic Chronic already in position, putting that pad splitter out, trying to get these members out of the goal, and now is able to sneak it right around. That's the triple, and the Zealot Striker is going to take this series 2-0.
Exactly, and we're going to go into another game, but before that, we need to talk about Estelle running the eject button, something that's a bit unusual right there, using it very aggressively early on into the rounds to basically make the start of the round 3v2, and be in the midfield out there, using the piercing shot, using the crystal thorns, but having the option to go back to the net instantly in case the core somehow is hit to the side and goes towards her own goal. So maybe a tech that's worth implementing in your own games, but a bit unusual at times.
Bit unusual here for sure, but the unfortunate part is that he wasn't quite able to find a lot of value. We see Silent. This is what the Luna goalie is meant to do, right? Trying to put that one away, especially when your forwards are slightly out of position. But here on the back line, just cannot get overwhelmed quite frequently by this duo of Atomic Chronic and Restex. Seem to always be in proper positions, whether it's the Asher that's just able to stand there as the impenetrable fortress, or this Kai that's able to dash around, have that extra movement speed in order to send these shots back. Impressive stuff here from the Zealot Strikers, and really looking forward to seeing just how much further they can go in the lower bracket today.
Yeah, and really on the side of Zealot Strikers, we could tell that at least the two strikers have been playing together for a while, it seems, or if not, they're just naturals because Rest X and Atomic Chronic really were passing the ball to each other very well and seem to be on the same page as to what to do next with it. Maybe they have godlike comms, or they just have a particular bond, you know? They're soulmates, maybe, but just Omega Striker soulmates. You don't know.
Certainly it will be interesting to watch as we move forward. But folks, before we do that, before we get right on back to some of our top 6 gameplay, we've got winter semifinals coming up next. We're going to step aside for a brief break, do a little bit of a caster swap. So thank you all for tuning on in, and we hope to see you right back as Hamster Quest and XT have you on the mic here momentarily. But we'll be back in just a little bit here, folks. Take care, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the tournament.
Howdy, everybody, and welcome back to Striker Saturday. You're seeing two brand new faces on the camera today. My name is XT. I'm joined here with the one and only Hamster Quest. Also, I'm not really used to not used to having my caster not near me, and I think my camera
Oh,
just
really?
died. Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Well,
Everything's going
yeah,
wrong
it looks
already.
it looks like your camera is down, but
no.
at least you have one new face in front of you. Maybe new
What happened?
if you haven't new to Omega Strikers. How about at least? Yeah, I'm Hamster Quest. I came from the Overwatch community, but definitely not as much of a background in casting as UXT. So you're gonna have to show me the ropes as we get through this together. But as a mentor, you're not off to a great start.
No, I've just kind of voided myself out for some reason. My camera just decided that as soon as the stream started to disconnect me. But I think I should be back. I think I should be back quite
Get that sorted out.
Either way, really happy to be here. My name's XT. For those of you who don't know me, I'm actually just I'm a League of Legends caster. I've done a lot of League stuff, and while I struggle to get my camera up, I'll be back soon. I swear. I'm really excited to be here.
Right.
Omega Strikers tournament. I swear I am not. I swear I'm better on the mic instead of the camera. It's been a fun tournament so far for everyone that's been watching. We're down to losers round 4. We're about to load into our next match between Tsunobu Strikers and Heck Yeah. But so far, I mean, my expectations coming into here was Laughing Kings and Stout Strikers were the two teams I'm looking out for. They're already up in the winners semis.
Right.
They're waiting to see for the next match here. But Hamster, what are your thoughts so far in this tournament? How's it going for you?
Yeah, I was watching for most of the time. A few of the first rounds. A former teammate Windows was playing earlier. I caught that game. Unfortunately, they were against Laughing Kings, so and his team was put together pretty hastily. So it was, you know how it was. And then after that, I just kind of played solo queue while some of the other good players were in tournament to try to get a sneak on a Omega ranking in there, but I didn't quite get there. So unfortunately, still
I believe in you,
challenger for now.
I mean, at least you're not stuck. I think I haven't had time to play, but I'm like silver right now. I'm still climbing. I barely get to play nowadays, but I'll get there one day.
I believe in you.
Thank you.
Your macro knowledge seems good so far. Of the game, of our little bit of casting run we did.
You say
yesterday.
that, but I'm about to like just miscall everything.
Yeah.
I'm not really too sure why they're not passing the ball back and forth to each other, guys. I'm kidding. I swear I'm better.
Well, do we know which of the losers round 4 we're getting into?
As far as I'm aware, from what I've seen on the bracket so far, Hamster Quest, it's going to be Tsunobu Strikers versus Heck Yeah. I think Tsunobu Strikers have already had a few times on stream so far, and so far they were recently knocked down 2 losers by Bob Jones, which is another, I think, highly ranked team that's been doing pretty well. And Heck Yeah also has been having a pretty fun losers run. They're currently 3-1. They've beaten Goombastop. I'm not going to pronounce that correctly. Helium and SDC. So they're currently 3-1.
Yeah, I see that too. Okay, so crazy losers run right now for Heck Yeah. Good name for that as well. If my gut feeling is that this is going to be a close game. I think a lot of them here on out will be fairly close. I have a former teammate also on Keene University that's playing the Laughing Kings in semis. I think we're touching all the semis games. I could be wrong about that. My listening comprehension is not so great, but hopefully in game my watching comprehension will be just fine.
In game, man. You once we get into game, you're gonna be in the zone. Just watch. Out of game though. Right now, folks, we're still getting set up here. I think we are. We're just getting our first lobby set up, and plus, you got 2 brand new casters here, so please don't mind the company. Don't mind the new company here. But yeah, I mean, okay. I guess we should just start by laying out the groundworks here, right? Let's lay down the field. We're in what, week 4, week 3 of the release? I think we're in week 3.
Who?
Or just of the game being released.
Oh,
Who?
no. I said 2. I'm
Two.
pretty sure
Oh, okay.
it's
I
the
heard
second
who.
week. The game came out on a Friday, the 16th. I want to say it might have. I forget if it was the Thursday night or Friday, but it was one of the two. It's basically been 2 weeks, like
Oh, yeah.
almost exactly, right? So this is only the second weekend. No wait, this is the this is
I
the
think it's
third
third.
weekend. There you
Yeah,
go.
yeah.
So that's probably you're thinking week 3. We're coming into the third week. So all right, did we get a? You take it back to you. I've been pinged
No
by
worries.
RTO.
Okay, so meanwhile, while we figure out the group invites of Destiny here, let's figure out the meta of Destiny here for everyone else watching at home. I think everyone has had a clear idea of which picks are strong based on which picks we aren't really seeing. The talk of the town right now, I think the big 3, right, have been, we're looking at Asher, we're looking at Juliet, and we're looking at Era. Those 3 all kind of fill their own little niche role that no one else really can. Asher right now, I think, just has a lot of tools that allows her to be a nuisance when she's at the goal, right at the net. But in terms of goalie, which is more I want to talk about, we're either really seeing, I think, a mix of Dubu or Atlas,
Yeah.
like one or the other, right? They're both bruisers. They're hard to take down, right? And given how many bruisers we've been seeing so far this whole entire tournament or in the meta in general, right? If you're playing something like the Luna or the Kai as a goalie, right, or maybe even Juno, right? You're usually going to be running a lot of risk. Yeah, you're in for a tough time, dude. All it takes is like a Juliet or an X or a Jack to just rock at you, just punch you once, and you're like, oh, I can't goalie anymore, guys.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's rough.
There's like a play style that's kind of hard to get a lot of value off of in what we call the ranged goalies, Kai, like Luna and Estelle. A lot of the time you have to like put yourself in front of the forward, actually leave the goal arc to actually get a win option out of what's coming your way, especially against like Asher. Like you're just not going to be able to do anything with your body, so you actually have to get in front of her. So it's pretty interesting to watch, and Megaverse obviously makes good use of the Kai, so I think we've seen that already. But it looks like we're about to be hopping into this match. Finally, get you guys some gameplay, so you don't have to watch us. But still,
you can watch us.
You can if you want.
Amster, you look great today, dude.
Thank you. You are looking great now that your camera is on as well.
My webcam.
A fabulous caster crew today, if I do say so myself.
Fabulous caster crew, fabulous production crew. Shouts to Saya.
Oh, absolutely.
In the background. But let's go into our first match here. We're on the map, center stage. So there's going to be I think a square in the center that's kind of shaped like a diamond here. But I'm seeing a Juno. Okay, I was talking about this with you yesterday. I think we're both talking about we're probably not going to be seeing a Juno. I see the UCLA.
I think we'll see it.
Okay, but I have a lot of things I want to say, but the biggest thing is that, oh my gosh, they have the Brune GG logos, and that's UCLA's logo, so that's pretty hype. But here we go, folks.
Yeah,
game number 1 here.
And the Juno does go down. Yeah,
wow.
Once your jump is out on the Juno, it is a struggle against the Brawlers, but don't worry, it's the early game Death Timers. They are back up. Now getting that pressure onto the high side, back down to the low side. Estelle is doing a good job keeping this on the left side of the map here. Now Kai goalie keeping that up as well as Juno goes down again. The goalie Atlas is now in staggered state. He's trying to ult himself to stay alive. Juliet is going to let him live for now, and now we are back at full strength 3v3.
Yep, right now though, on the side of heck, yeah, the goal is frighteningly close to the circuit, but now is going to be able to get that first kill. And it's Juliet versus Juliet. They're both going to go ahead and get kills here. And now we're just seeing Juliet's kind of just whip everything as they try to get.
But not that. Breezy is going to get that kill on the Juliet mirror right there. Now the pressure is really on this Atlas again as he's about to get killed. Great.
Okay, it was great, but bad timing on that one. The revive prevents him from defending the goal. Yeah, and that's just going to mean Student Blue Strikers, they take the first one this relay.
Yeah, the Celestial intervention was great. It was able to keep them up, but you are not able to play the game for a little bit as you teleport back to the little circle. Yeah. So Juliet was able to sneak in the goal there as that was happening. Now you can see a little bit of a level advantage coming out from the Sundubu Strikers here that are still and
Yeah,
they're gonna use that honestly to get more damage out and to get kills. So we're seeing that come out now here. Juliet does go down. Juno getting a little bit low, close to the edge here. As Kai's gonna walk forward to get a little bit more pressure on the net. Exactly what you want to do is Kai. As you can see, they're keeping that right in the goalie arc of Fooms over there, and then they are able to convert a kill. All right, so this is what exactly what you need.
1v3.
If you are Heck Yeah right now to close that level gap, even if it's okay, even if you don't get the goal, collect these orbs. Come on, you need the level advantage, but they're gonna send that right back. They're gonna keep their advantage, getting that KO and the pressure on the net again. This Atlas has his work cut out for him. This is tough.
He throws on special, but that's actually gonna be the Juliet on the red side there, getting taken down here, and now Estelle still keeping up the pressure, doesn't have prime time, so is going to get that double primary, but still is level 10 because she's able to hit the puck so much. The core is just constantly hit by one of the Stowe skill shots here, but right now, a lot of passing happening. Going to be going over on the side of Sunabu, but Kai right now just gets to chill, as that's going to be another score there from Grimella.
You know, I do it all the time too. When I'm playing Atlas, there's a lot of things to keep track of. They did a great job keeping the Juno up, but the placement of the body to stop that core was a little bit too fast to really watch both and react to both. So it's a very difficult task. Great saves though. Unfortunately, it does go down here. Did not have the Celestial intervention this time as it was using Juno. There's a very long cooldown of 60 seconds. Even if you do have extra special, it just won't be back up in time.
Yeah, you really gotta feel for Cows earlier there. He was trying to get a pretty important kill onto Breezy, but wasn't able to do so because again, Juliet level 10 really hard to take down. And overall, yeah, they both have the same trainings here, but just unlucky there. But the Atlas is gonna be able to get the special to revive the Juliet, and that's gonna be the kick right into goal of Heck Yeah. Their 3-1 run in the lower bracket right now may be just stopped by Sunabu Strikers as Cows is celebrating a little bit, but not really too sure if you want to be emoting there.
Yeah, they do look pretty strong so far. Juno is the last to get to level 10 and close that level gap. They do get the kill on the other Juno. The Juliet,
okay.
but it matters not. It's going to be the Crystal Thorn's goal to stuff the goalie Atlas, and there were a lot of stuffs going on in that game.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think the biggest thing there is that when you look at Estelle, right, you have to wonder, like, oh my gosh, how did Estelle get level 10 so fast, right? And it's just because she has the primary and the special to be constantly hitting that core nonstop, right? You know, Hamster Quest, correct me if I'm wrong, right? But there are 2 ways that usually allow you, or 3 ways that will usually allow you to kind of level up. You're hitting the core, you're getting the goals, and you're also KOing your opponents. So, you know, for Sunabu Strikers, Juliet really focused on taking people down, right? We saw Breezy get KOs back and forth time and time again. And then you look at Juliet, or sorry, not the Juliet. You look at the Estelle there from Grimella, and all she has to do is just, you know, just slightly touch the core with her projectiles, and boom, she's level 10. She doesn't even have prime time, but she's still playing it. You had the level advantage, and it was just really hard for Heck Yeah to kind of get back into the game. But as we are heading into the character select here, I'm gonna be real.
Some new characters.
I love Juno. I'm not really feeling the Juno, but I see the era being pulled up by Grimella, and I have some words about the era here.
Yeah, I do too. But honestly, I think it's great.
Yeah.
And
it's a good pick. It works in a good way.
You just don't like it.
She's hard to deal with, especially when you're buffing up someone like the Juliet. Reese's already so aggro, right? So when you have the haste buff from the era as well, it just makes you a lot more faster, a lot more annoying, and especially that tornado, right? It's not that clear when it's about to hit you. And with era, just constantly just poking with the primary and the special, it's just really hard to kind of get a foothold into this game. So far, Breezy, look at this, playing for the power orb, and that's going to be the tornado to take out the Atlas.
Storm does take out the Atlas. Yeah, I was going to say again, this Atlas has a lot of work cut out from them. You have the midfield pressure from the Juno to try to keep the core out of the way, but just Era is so fast and Juliet can stuff so well. And like, there's only so much you can do as an Atlas. You just don't have the mobility option that Dubu has. You're really just playing for the intervention to use that to make sure that the other team is not getting a lot of value off of KOs, or technically none, right? and so that you can use that to keep the tempo on your side.
Yeah.
But honestly, with the core over here so often, it's just so hard for them to play off of it.
If you think about it, Heck Yeah has not been able to hit the core like a lot. Like I'm pretty sure they've only hit the core like 10 times, while Breezy, Grimella, and Rizna, all they're doing is just passing the core to each other, and they're just constantly being able to make plays here. And the rest of Heck Yeah, they have to play catch up. They have to play tag, right? They have to chase after the core. Breezy here doesn't care where the core is. He's always just play super aggro. He's playing up into the face of Fooms. Okay, and speaking of the devil, that's Cat's Curse to Juliet instead. And that's a little bit of pressure relief for Heck Yeah.
Yeah, and they're trying to set up a passing play here, but there it is, on the Era that is just moving so fast and is able to stop this in the midfield, which is exactly what you want to do on the Era here. Now they're converting this back. Now the 3v2 has switched over to the sign of Sundubu Strikers. They're using the speed to get in. You see that Juliet's stealing the goalie orb too. They're really trying to play this level advantage and get the value off of that to get more damage out, to pressure more KOs. As you can see, Juno already getting low. They're not able to close the kill, but there's a tight angle to the top that Atlas could not touch, and they get that goal.
I love Juno as a character. I love her presence in Omega Strikers, but I think she really falters in this meta because she doesn't really have a lot of tools, to kind of stand up against most of the bruisers. And, if you're watching Juno the whole time, she's chasing the ball. She's chasing the core. And, her specials and primaries are always a high cooldown. She's not able to hit this core at all to get any levels. And she's basically being used, right, as a punching bag for this Juliet. So if you just watch Kolo Pop right now, he's just unable to hit the core at all. He's just walking around and just unable to do everything. Well, Grimrella and Breezy, they're always getting high value cooldowns, right? You're always getting that full haste buff. You're always getting that full special off cooldown, and they're just constantly making sure that Kolo Pop is unable to make any creative tricky plays with those slimes. You really gotta feel for Heck Yeah. That's I think the biggest issue right now with this competition. Kolo Pop, it's just been having a rough time. Ow.
My goodness.
It's just not stopping.
It's just Breezy over here, making this look like a breeze with how many KOs they are getting.
Yep.
It's just unreal. Okay, fine. We're getting the pressure on the other side, and there it is. We're getting a goal.
Nobody scores against Heck Yeah 8 times in a row. Okay, they will finally get the first score here.
Nobody.
Nobody. It's Heck Yeah, dude. That's a moment, dude. I'd pop off for that.
Yeah.
Oh, but there's the arrow speed up.
On the Juno. That's exactly what I was hoping to see out of the Juno. Honestly, is see where they're positioned right now. Too far back, right? Playing a little bit of the double goalie action. You have to watch out for this. Even though you're low, you just kind of have to put your body forward in the map because that's the only way you can pressure a goal. You can play the midfield closer down the net on your opponent's side, and that's as much value as you get. And then you just need to pressure the goals and let your Juliet handle any brawling that needs to happen outside of that.
Yeah. In a retrospect here, in terms of my point of view, Grimella is just playing the support here and is just letting Breeze kind of do whatever he wants, and that's going to be the series here. Sundubu Strikers 2-0 over Heck Yeah.
Yeah, understandable. Cosmic Expanse comes out pretty late. It has I want to say over half a second of cast time, or just about. So you're pressing that to try to stop some core, to stop some stuff, but a lot of the time we'll see a core pass right through that Atlas and then get knocked by the back of the Cosmic Expanse into the back of the net. So totally understandable that this happens. There's a lot of pressure on Fooms today, but that was a good run. They were able to get 1 goal. You never want to get swept on stream, and so that didn't happen.
They had a great losers run. They won 3 in a row heading into this, right? Sundubu Strikers, unfortunately, is looking like one of the stronger teams in this tournament. And, the great thing about Striker Saturdays, right, is that this going to be a weekly tournament, right? This is going to be a recurring tournament. You will get your opportunity to come back, and, it is just going to be the training arc, right? It's all about improving. It's all about getting better. And, thankfully in Omega Strikers, what you can do after you lose is just I'm just going to practice a little bit more. And maybe next time I'm going to smack some fools. Never stops.
And you should be proud of a top 6 placement here. And that's the replay again of Kolo Pop getting that goal, the Juno placement, exactly how you want to do that. Good takeaway. You want to farm the content. That's what I was telling my team. Strain in the
it's for content.
At this point of the state, farm the content, get the clout, be smart about it. This is all a business.
I will watch that YouTube video when it's up there. Striker Saturday #1 highlights.
Oh yeah,
That one goal. One goal.
that one
You know,
goal.
I'm not gonna, let's be real, right? I'm not gonna remember the 10 goals that Sunabu Strikers got. I'm gonna
Oh,
remember
no.
that one goal. You know, that one goal from heck yeah.
It's all about the contrast, you know.
Yeah.
Overcoming the Titans. It's a David versus Goliath moment.
Yeah, man. That's what it is. Oh, my gotta correct you. Top 8, not top 6. Unfortunately.
Oh, that's true. That's true because of I don't know why. I'm like, oh, it's winners semis. There's 2 teams, but there's 2 matches, and so there's 4 stolen winners and 4 stolen. Top 8. Yeah, it's cleaner anyway to say that. Top 8. It's weird when you say top 6, right? And then you sound like you're really trying to milk out every victory you got. But your top 8, you're like, oh, you know, they could have been top 6, and they're being humble about it. So there you go, top 8.
Top 8. Well, speaking of top 8, let's talk about the top 4, right? So when you're in the winner's side and you finish, you make it all to semis, right? That guarantees you top 4. And I want to run down, you know, where we are. I think we're heading to our next match a little bit. It's going to be Laughing Kings versus Keene University here. Let's start talking about the elephant in the room here. Laughing Kings, okay? Megaverse's team, right? Alongside Griffin and Dixon. And I think to start things off, I think a lot of people already know who Megaverse is, right? He is, you know, I think he already peaked like rank 1, right? He's hit ranked 1 a couple times.
Yeah, he's been there. There's been a few people that have hopped in and out since then in North America. I saw Streak up there the other day. It's Schneider that's up there now, while JSS. So a few people have been in and out of rank 1. Megaverse fallen slightly down to rank 5. Honestly, all the top 10. It's crazy good. Speaking of top 10, Leon 500 is still up there, so he'll be in this match with their teammates from their university, Gilbert and Lewis 1025. So it's still going to be a pretty hot match. I think some goals are going to definitely be happening on both sides, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit closer than people might think, but
it's pronounced Kane.
Kane University. Kane? Kane?
You're welcome.
Thank you. You know what? You get a dub there. I don't want to, you know, get any of the pronunciations wrong, and that it might be doomed.
Of course.
That's the worst thing a caster can do: mispronounce someone's name. I actually, now I think about it, your name is like pretty straightforward. Hamster Quest.
It's just 2 English words.
Yeah, Hamster and Quest, right? And I'm just XT. I'm 2 letters.
You're 2 letters. Even simpler. 2 words and 2 letters up here.
But then, okay, like my defense here, you look at Kane University, and I pronounce it like I look K-E, right? That's key, not K.
Yeah, how'd they do that?
I don't know. I'm not gonna.
Maybe it's an older English word. English,
Maybe.
Man.
I'm not an English major. I'm actually a business major, so I actually don't know anything. I just know.
A business major? Wait, what'd you say?
Okay, a business administration. Business administration.
Admin. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. I was a comp sci major, so.
Oh, now that's a money major, dude. That's what it's all about. Comp sci, CIS. I remember like I got a lesson from someone when I was in college still, and they're like, there are 2. If you want to find a job, there are 2 degrees you should probably go for. There is comp sci or CIS. You know, you go into coding, or you become an accountant, because everyone needs an accountant, right? It's a thankless job, but you'll probably save someone from
but right.
You'll find work.
That.
Yeah. Anyways, back on topic.
About Omega Strikers.
About Omega Strikers, not accounting strikers. Something like another guy I also want to brain about, right? Griffin, I think, has been one of the more well-known X players on ladder. Correct me if I'm wrong. I remember when I first saw Griffin when the game was released, he was spamming the heck out of X. What are your thoughts on the character X?
Well, as a X-trained player myself, come from a team of X players. He's a pretty interesting character because at first glance, you may not think he's super good. This is if you come from the idea of like just like some basic cooldown trading where if you're like, what if an X wants to kill an Estelle or anyone else with any mobility option, as soon as X casts ult, this person can just say no and leave. So that was my first impression of X, but it changed when just like general pressure of his presence was able to be utilized a lot more. So he like closes off, and any brawler will do this, the whole edges of the map on the top of the bottom right. You can't walk there while he has primary. He's just gonna knock you off easy peasy. And then when there's places where people really want to go, so say the orb spawns, and I'm like, whoa, well, like this like really useless jump I thought X had that has like this huge wind up, and where he jumps forward, the bull rush, becomes so much more useful because when there's a predictable spot where you want to cover space from, this is actually becomes a useful ability, and so you can really zone people off the orb as X, and you can do that better, I think, on him than a lot of other characters, because Juliet will want to maybe set up like a jump kick, and your primary can either get them out of that range and pick up the orb for free, or if they're trying to do it early, then yeah, you could see them are closer and just like back it up. Or I don't know, your primary just like comes out and pressures faster than their jump kick, unless they want to jump kick into your primary because it has the weak hitbox. There's a lot of interactions like this where I think X can be played. I think Juliet's stronger, but a lot of the time Juliet may be banned and X becomes a better option. And then there's the fun parts about X. You ready for this? So you know, the goal arc has a buff. Not everyone may know this, but if you're an X player, you probably know this. Your ult, you strike. So you get the goal buff in the goal arc where you strike instead of every 0.75 seconds to like 0.4 or something. You strike like almost twice as fast. So you can just kidnap people into the back of your net, 0 to death with your ult. And so I did play a bit of X goalie on my way up on the ladder, which had some controversial opinions. But you know, I've seen Geek run it. It's a little memey, it's a little spicy, but there's definitely a lot of value to be had when X is in your own goal arc. So it's a lot of pressure. A lot of people that want to stuff your goalie maybe don't want to walk in there when they know X has ult. So there's a lot of weird just jumps of value that X gets from random situations that make him pretty runnable, aside from just being a brawler.
Speaking of running, we are going to run this game, and we are going to be in funnel, so no side streets. We'll get on the side street X stage later, which is what I always...
Could be an
It's
Asher
like my
stage
greatest
as well.
fear in Omega Strike. Yeah.
So we do see the Asher coming out. I
it's
saw
not
Luna for a
bad.
second there. I didn't know what I was expecting to see out of Kane, but it looks like Leo is having them run some pretty standard picks over here. Estelle is generally not super S tier, but definitely A tier, very runnable. You know, we've seen it left and right today. It has a lot of score pressure, a lot of damage pressure. It really supplements a good brawler if you're able to stay alive and get the value off of it.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we do see the brawler who's not the Estelle on the other team. We see Drakkar Griffin is on for this match. So they have a late game comp with double prime time.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I'm going to assume here that they probably banned Juliet and X. That's my guess.
Definitely Juliet. I don't know what else. It could have been an Era ban. It could have been X. I don't know.
It's Era X. That's my money.
Yeah, that's a good guess. I'll take that. So you can see the Ashers are kind of going at each other. Lewis, good save. So this looks like Leo Leon's found some good players at Kane University to help support his play.
Yeah. And
seeing they're actually winning the damage trades right now.
Yeah. Really close with the goal there. And another interesting thing to note, we actually have 3 prime times here. So Estelle going to be taken to prime time, but also, yeah, you probably said it earlier, Asher and the Drakkar also taking prime times itself, but that's going to be the first kill going on over to the Laughing Kings, and a straightforward goal. Dixon with the Asher. How are you going to be scoring it?
Yeah, when 2 people like Asher and Drakkar are on you, even if you're Dubu, who I'd say is the best goalie right now, that's definitely a struggle to get yourself out of. Even if you do have the ult, the tofu wall to put down, they can pass it around it, over it. Oh, Leo almost gets a cheeky angle, but pays the price for it, throwing his jump to the wall, and they're going to capitalize on that. They're getting a lot of pressure in, and there it is.
What a great
little bit of a passing play. Lewis can't cover the whole net. So this is something that you really need your Estelle back to and cover the pass for if you're looking to play some really cooperative 3v3 Blocking the pass as the midfield is huge.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. Like, if this was any other team, if this was any other goalie, right? I feel like what Leo's play there, it probably would have made it.
Oh yeah,
I think. But unfortunately, against Laughing Kings, that's gonna be another score there from Griffin. Honestly, Laughing Kings, they're just playing as a unit. They are the #1 seed for a reason, right? These guys are the most likely to take the whole entire tournament here. So.
Yeah, true. Oh, you know who was banned? I got it now.
Who?
It was Kai. Look what Megaverse is playing. He's playing the Dubu.
Oh wait, you're right. Oh my.
Because
God.
probably.
I didn't even think about it.
That's my guess, anyway. I think.
No, you might be right. Honestly, there's so many picks that you could like.
This is true. I have seen him play Dubu in the past, but I've never seen him play a non-Kai pick if Kai wasn't banned. So I'm pretty confident.
That's a great point. Oh man.
But anyway, they are up for nothing. A lot of pressure on this net. Look at this level differential right here. Leo is just probably gonna, I was gonna say send it down and just try to get goals. It's really the only thing you can do. The Megaverse is good on that Dubu as well, so it is tough for him to make this happen. It's the only play I think you really have if you're Kane right now. So I'm at least glad they're going for it.
Yeah, they are definitely doing their best here, but Griffin right now also gonna be playing at level 10 shortly but surely. Double power arc now activated for Dixon, so you really got to keep your eyes on how. Oh, Tofu Wall did get the kill, unfortunately, on Estelle. You really got to feel for it, Leo. Now also going to get taken out by the dash. This is almost.
There's no way, right?
Yeah, there it is. Oh.
That's the scary thing about the Tofu Wall there. You never expect it to really kill anybody, but the Tofu Fortress, rather, should I say? But it has like a set knockback. So if you know where your ult ends, you can just kill anyone up to that distance. It's technically I think only medium hits, so it's not a heavy hit, but it just pushes them so far that little medium hit does knock them off at the very end there.
It's so funny to me. Like Dubu has like a high pitched voice and is like all happy go lucky, but he's also someone who's like willing to like murder anyone with Tofu.
That was my thoughts exactly. I'm like, he will murder you.
Okay, I saw the Kai hover there earlier from Megaverse.
Oh, so
does that mean it's not banned?
Maybe, I don't know. Or they might have agreed, did a draft.
Yeah, probably that too. I don't know how
something like that can happen as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Dixon is playing the style. So my hunch is that now Asher was okay. Never mind. I ain't got nothing, dude. It's a mirror match.
Bring out the mirror. Okay. Yeah. So, if we are Kane in this scenario, and we're looking to convert this game into a victory on side streets, I think Leo has a pretty good chance in making Asher work here. I think they really have to go for the Asher diff. Estelle's can shine, of course, and get their goals, but just helping your Asher win their little battles will help you win yours, right?
Speaking of little battles, we already have a lot of interesting confrontations over on the upper side street there. Estelle gotta get taken down.
Rose to the edge. That was a scary play. They did get punished for that. Leo's trying to peel here. Notice how he is playing between the two forwards, but it matters not. Griffin able to find the kill on Dubu in net.
Okay. Another note we have to say, Griffin's playing to Asher now. So I guess they just swapped. They're like, okay, now it's your turn to play
both, yeah. have your little Asher fun now. Yeah.
It's Asher duty. Now it's
like
says my turn to play him.
Nah, it's my turn on the Asher.
It's my turn.
Mom says. I don't know. I have fun playing Asher. Maybe some other people don't, but honestly, I think she's pretty fun.
I think. Okay, my theory is that maybe laughing. Okay, another unfortunate. It's still a goal. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. You're playing against the best team in the tournament in a mirror matchup. It's looking kind of rough. Yeah,
I think you're really going for some play for keeps moments here. Yeah. You want to get like a goal or a fun KO. Again, it's all about the content. That's what I'm telling you guys.
That's true.
Farm your clips in these tournaments. I don't know. if you really need those OD points, I feel you. I want them too, but I don't know. Play for keeps.
Griffin's also gonna be able to score another point there. So okay, I want to talk a little bit about the combination here with the Estelle and Estelle and Asher here. So it's pretty interesting. Like, Estelle is just going to be playing midfield, and Asher just walks up to you on your side of the goal, and it's just always going to be up in your face, and she either dashes, or she used a power arc, or she creates a wall. And that's just a lot of pressure that Laughing Kings
really
gets.
hard to
And
stop,
you look at the
yeah.
other side. Yeah, Leo is on. Oh,
Ooh,
that was
good
close.
somersault.
Yeah, but Leo is on. You know, he's stuck on his side of the goal. He's trying to out-pressure Griffin. Bro, Griffin is just walking up the free on the goalie net. Is just like, okay, guys, here I am. I'm about to score. Better watch out. And look at this. Estelle, level 3. Leon, level 3, right? They just can't get any levels at all because they're not getting any KOs. They're not getting the court. They can't get any scores. I think this is just a really well played here. Like,
Ooh,
okay.
Yeah, Megaverse is playing this do-lose so well, honestly.
No,
Just
they're all
earlier,
playing so well.
Estelle had a really good chance at a goal, but the somersault perfectly stopped the Crystal Thorns from getting the stuff in. Oh, Leo converting a kill. This could be his opportunity, chance to get a goal here, but he's down the cooldown. He doesn't let jump. Megaverse does get the good clear angle though, and Leo's going down.
It's getting worse, man.
It's gonna be Laughing Kings trying to close out this game, and Griffin's ult does take it.
No. Okay, honestly, like I really wanted at least one score from Kane. Just 1 point.
I wanted it to. Yeah, it's hard to do. It's really like against Megaverse. Even if you're Asher, right? There's like this cooldown economy thing that's going on where I can bring the core down to your side, and I'm Asher and I'm scary, so you're gonna use something, right? Maybe even the Estelle's there to back you up. You're gonna use like a somersault to stun the Asher, clear the ball. That won't be down, or that will be down for just a little bit, and then it's actually exactly a 20-second cooldown. And if the core gets on their side again, then maybe you'll pressure the ult. But there's like these multiple steps you need to get through on a good goalie to really secure a goal. And if you just can't keep the core down there that often, then you might not get a goal. So absolutely well played from Laughing Kings that they were able to really smother Kane University here with the cooldown economy.
Yeah, it was just beautifully played. There's nothing really else to say, and I didn't expect anything less. I mean, Laughing Kings right now, they haven't dropped a single game for a reason. They are the best here. If you want to be the best, you got to take them out. You know, it's Striker Saturday again. Got a lot of opportunities to prove it for content, right? But
So true.
not yet. Not yet.
I hope.
Maybe in
I hope.
rounds.
Yeah, I hope for Leo Leon, my friend and teammate, that he gets to play some Juliet on stream. I was kind of hoping to see that.
I mean, he'll be on stream again.
His Asher's sick. I think its win rate is like 90% or something. I checked that out before stream, but the Juliet's just so much flashier, you know.
Yeah, Juliet. Honestly, it's like Juliet is like the perfect Omega Strikers character. Like, literally. I mean, sure, she's really good, but she's like,
I know.
She does everything. Well, besides, I don't know about goalie, but
yeah, honestly, that's so true. She's such a strict forward. If you were to make like a goalie tier list, I'm pretty sure Juliet would be down there at the bottom. She does have at least a jump and a kick and something to stop some stuffs, but I'm pretty sure everyone could do goalie better, because with Drakkar, you at least can run some eject button, get real fancy moving up and going for KOs out of your net. You know, Juliet doesn't really have that luxury because your jump is part of your kill combo. So if you try to jump out of the net and then just use your kick and ult to try to kill someone, you know, what if they just walk away and then it jumps down? You need that for saving. And then X goalie, we've talked about that.
Yeah, you just kidnap someone. You just like whack, whack.
Obviously,
whack,
you could just kidnap people into your net for trying to score on you. So that works pretty well.
Speaking of scoring, we got two other teams trying to outscore each other to see who's going to meet Laughing Kings in the finals. Bob Jones taking on Strout Strikers. One of those names are more interesting to other. I'm going to be biased here. I think I'm really rooting for Bob Jones.
I do like that name. Okay, yeah, I finally got the bracket up, so I see what's going on here. So we do have
Hamster Quest with the bracket.
The bracket is crazy. Yeah.
John Bob.
So User Wet is actually a former collegiate Overwatch player as well. So we did know each other going into this. And unfortunately, my friends, the Stout Strikers, going to get scored on by the Asher here. They've opted to not play it. So that's gonna be tough for
Yeah.
UMC and net. But we'll see. It's all about, remember, the cooldowns and keeping the core off your side for your goalie to get their cooldowns back. Right now, there's a lot of pressure on UMC, but they might get this kill on Oki.
Like, oh my God, Oki's just
didn't
living.
quite get it.
We can't take him down, man. He's
It
just
is.
built different, quite literally. Like, he's finally taken down.
Did he bring it? Did he bring built different?
He does have built
He did. He did actually bring built different. That's a pretty common training on Asher, as well as tempo swing to get your health back after taking some damage. Durable things, I usually run that sometimes on forward, sometimes crossover, but
that's a tofu
normal
wall if
things.
I ever see one.
yeah, they always get those little holes in it. Leaky soup, it happens.
Great Juliet play from John Bob, passing to himself and then striking and then using the punch. Just a lot of abilities in once, and brings out to a perfect goal there. It's Wilbur now gonna be passing the ball to his
Good
team.
steal from John Bob.
Yeah.
Bent
And,
up, getting aggressive
oh!
now. There's the jump kick.
Jump kick smacking the goal right into Bob Jones's face. So not going to be a sweep. That's great because we've just had 2 sweeps in a row, which is honestly quite refreshing to hear. But okay, let's lay out the framework here. Let's paint the picture. You're looking at right now, if you're Stealth Strikers, potentially the 2 best forwards in the game in Asher and Juliet, right? How does Estelle play this?
Estelle, I personally would be playing right because like we only know so much about macro. So a brief aside, I was talking to either Ginger Pop or Geek, or they might have mentioned this on stream that we are not close to the realm of what is entirely capable in professional play. So there's still a lot of room for me to be wrong about this. But Estelle is just looking to get that damage out. Unfortunately, both of them are running tempo swings, so it's really difficult because if you're getting this damage out and they just heal it back, you've essentially done nothing. You're looking for just compounding ways to get value, and good job on the score while I'm talking about it. But the ways you can do that is hit multiple people with your cooldowns, or like the core to push it away from your side, buy your goalie time with just playing good midfield and stuff like that. I think that's really all you can do as Estelle in this matchup.
Doing your best. Either way, something interesting about the last round with Estelle is like user wet, free reign to play core all he wants because Oki and John Bob were just, they were caught up by Bentop, who right now is doing a great job of just making sure Oki is just not able to like get any levels at all. So Bentop and user wet, they're playing the rows really, really well, shutting out this Asher. And honestly, maybe, you look at Stealth Strikers, maybe they had a plan going into it. Maybe, Asher, sure, we perceive her as one of the strongest characters, but right now, User and Bent Up, they're playing this really, really well. Oki right now trying to deny a power orb, but will lose to Juliet. Oki so low, does have the shield, but
Wilbur does have a lot of cooldowns down. He saw
Bentop.
the log and the ult,
Yeah,
and
very nice
Bentup
job.
does find the opportunity to get the Flying Phoenix Fiery Fist in. I just like saying jump kick. It's not that I don't know the cooldown name. That's just so many syllables, all right? Give me a break.
Jump kick. I have a jump kick. No. I look at Estelle and I'm like, laser and a bunch of lasers, all right?
Yeah.
So.
The multi-laser.
Wall, look, wall go down. I don't know these skills. Tofu wall, I mean.
Oh, what an
Oh,
angle.
user wet. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was bent up. That got the just a regular strike angle there. Wilbur
Great pass.
laying on the ground, upset as
Match
you can
point.
be, unfortunately.
Alright, so Oki right now hasn't had a lot of opportunities, uses the best of his skills, and almost gets KO'd again. John Bob is going to be able to get that redemption kill onto the other Juliet. So Oki now using a wall, actually.
That was unfortunate. You really got to watch these clear angles. I know with Juliet, it's really tough because you get 2 options. You either clear across your net, right, because you want to get it away from them. You don't want to have to get stuffed, especially if you don't have cooldowns. But there's a chance she'll read it and jump and catch the core as it goes across the net and just hit it in on you, and you look like a big dummy. So you want to avoid that, but also saying it down.
Oh,
is,
Wilbur.
There it is.
1v3, not really much you could do there. Really, really well played there from Bentup and User Wet, actually. During that round, all they were doing is getting a lot of damage onto the Asher and the Juliet. One of the things about running double bruiser, right, is that they're double melee, right? Technically, right? I know there's no range of melee, right? But but they do need to be in your face, right? If they want to get the damage out, if they want to get the pressure onto the core. And John Bob and Oki, unfortunately, taking the full front of Bentup's damage the whole entire time. User Wet gets to play midfield and gets to play away, from the double bruisers. While that's just it's all up to you, Bentup, to kind of just absorb all that pressure. And again, just I think really well played. Macro or not, I think each player played their role really well. And unfortunately for Wilbur, he could only play as well as he could have, because as soon as all his cooldowns are down in a 1v3 scenario, that core's going in.
We're seeing now in this skill level a lot more what we call set plays. So or just like combos in general. The Juliets, of course, getting their jump kicks at a certain angle from where they prefer to be on like the sides of the net. We'll see that happening pretty often. So if you did pick up on that, good job. Another interesting point about Asher, in my mind, I don't see her as a true brawler. That may be controversial to some people's opinions, because she definitely has like kill pressure, but she doesn't have like the same range to kill someone. You have to be a lot closer to the edge for Asher to really kill you. I think she's just more of this, honestly, this tank, this like space maker of Omega Strikers, where she can really secure an orb with ult, or anything that has to do with space, which involves stuffing, right? If you're able to really push the core through a goalie just with your cooldowns, like we do see the Asher's doing. This is more of her role, and she does have a small kill threat, which makes her very good.
To burst your bubble hamster quest, but unfortunately no Asher.
No Asher.
Instead, Oki now going to be playing the Axe, which is, I think, more of a bruiser.
Yeah, definitely much more of a bruiser. We are in agreement there. But User Wet playing very great here. Not too close to the edge where John Bob can kill them. Keeping the core on the other side, trying to get out cooldowns from the Dubu. This orb is up. User Wet getting it for free. Now Oki trying to pressure the net. UMC and User clear that just fine. The Crystal Thorns out a little bit early there. Doesn't stuff the net. Bent up.
UMC.
I can see this orb to help walk back Oki, pressuring the net. There's a lot of health gone from Stout Strikers here.
Oh, wait, User Wet, he barely dodges the dash with his jump and takes out the Axe here, but unfortunately this is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Oki and Bentsup now going to be both spawning here, and Oki right now just not having a great time. Again, he goes for the goalie's net, but unfortunately UMC has been able to stop him in his tracks every single time, denying the special, and now dying another power orb here as UMC able to get another kill. So UMC right now going to be a tough cookie to crack here. As we look at the midfield, Bentup and User Wet trying to still score it. Oki uses ultimate, but not really landing any hits here. Still level 3. Bentup still full
jump
HP.
Kick. There it is.
Kick into the punch, into the score.
Yeah, that was really patient. They also held their strike until Wilbur was done, I think, casting the log there to get the additional strike at the very end to actually secure that goal there. So very well played from Bentup.
Bent up again. Oh, Lavolki, he's already staggered, man. He doesn't want to go.
What happens when you have a 3-level advantage on your brawler opponent here? Oh no way! User Wet opts to go for the kill too. That was a little bit of a misplay. It was a tough one though, right? Because I was not expecting Dubu to go down like that, and User Wet had to clear up. But I think they were trying to hit the core with the primary as well, but just missed it.
Yeah, and UNC, I'm watching him for a majority of the game. He's been doing a great job at dealing with Oki whenever he's up in his face, but John Bob on the Juliet, get a little bit of a story here. John Bob right now is hungry. Oki, again, staggered, doesn't really have anything he could do, but John Bob on underside applying a lot of pressure. Oki is going to go down, and to jump kick into the punch again.
Yeah, there it is, Bent up, really on top of these plays here. Again, this level advantage is just really detrimental to Oki here. He's still at a level 4, so his damage is so weak, and they are doing a great job of focusing him to really snowball this advantage that they've gotten here. Now User Wet's going to move this up the left side here. Bent up has another opportunity, but Wilbur does have cooldowns for this. He is a little bit low. Bentup wants this orb on the bottom just to get the speed and the health, and now User Wet's clearing this in an angle that Bentup could move up. They have their cooldowns. The jump kick is ready. Wilbur, good clear.
Bent up right now, gotta be looking to see if he's able to pressure the goalie, but won't be able to. He's gonna get taken down himself, but User Wet still up and available now. Level 10 does have the double primary thanks to the prime time, as Stinger is doing a lot of poke damage. Bent up with the double KO, gets the punch of doom there. And now Bent up,
And they get the goal.
trying to score. Wilbur is
out of time. Wilbur just barely clearing off the bottom angle, bouncing it high. Bent up still wants this goal. He's hungry. User Wet hits high and scores. There it is for Stout Strikers.
Stout Strikers, oh my lord, that was insane, intense. User Wet not only does he have the prime, he also has the Stinger. And every single time he's using his primary and special, he's also poking out Oki and John Bob. And perfect setup for Bentop to get that double KO, which eventually leads him to that third goal for them. Now you gotta give it to Stout Strikers.
Strikes, well played. That play was brought to you by User Wet. I don't know if we caught that, or if many of us caught that. Striking second is so important in Omega Strikers to keep possession, and he was so patient to wait for it. When the core is passing through, you don't need to hit it until the other forward is going to hit it back to you. So he's really watching out for that possession and really get back up to that up for the goal. Now another opportunity with the big brain reverse goal.
Okay,
unfortunately, he does die,
he gets taken down for it.
But no goal.
Yeah, User Wet still looking in. John Bob playing that goalie. Juliet can do it.
Better than I think.
Yeah.
Oh!
What can John Bob not do at this point?
So true. Really bringing Bob Jones to a whole nother level here. Oh. Now Oki is also closing that level advantage, so they do have an opportunity. Okay, they don't.
I don't blame him.
Wilbur wanted to get aggressive with the time. You know, he played it right. I would have walked a little bit lower, but that's because this has happened to me so many times. So
yeah,
you live and you learn.
It really do be like that. If maybe there's a little bit more seconds on the clock there, he wouldn't really feel pressure to play a little bit more aggressive. But like, 10 seconds left. It's like the Hail Mary, right? You gotta get
else it's time loss.
Yep. But I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. I mean, okay, it's 2-4. Yeah, no, they have to do it. They have to do it. Yep. There's no other way. Like, it's okay.
Honestly, I would like to see more goalies do that. A lot of the time, I will see if there's a 2-goal differential and the time limit's coming up. It's been changing. I think a lot more goalies are realizing it now. But in solo queue, a lot of goalies will just like sit back and play goalie and not really pay attention to the time. They're like, well, I can't let anything pass me. I just have to hope my forwards get it. But it's really at that 10-second mark. When you have just enough time to walk to the other side of the net, you basically just have to, and pray that you can actually keep possession as you smack the ball along, and hopefully get just a 2v or like a 3v2 on the goalie and one of their forwards to get past some people, or just really get it down to the net. You don't want your team to have to like 2v3 on the other side where, well, you have possession and you're just waiting back in your own net.
Well, our fates have been sealed in terms of how that winner's series gone. Now we look forward, Hamster Quest, and we got ourselves the winners finals, I believe. That's happening next, or is it who's just side? I'm sure someone will correct us. What? It's you or one or another. Either way, it's a win-win for me.
Oh, is your camera down again?
Is it? No. Why does it keep going down? No.
You gotta bring that up on a second monitor.
Yeah, I gotta. I'm really trolling here. I'm just a big screen. Actually, I was lying to y'all the whole time. I like to apologize to my producer. I'm actually like, I swear I know what I'm doing. I swear. It's just.
I swear you do too. When we were in the test yesterday, everything was working fine.
Yeah, it was great. And then okay, it's just show day. It's just show day. Everything goes wrong.
That's just how it all works. So,
loses quarter first.
Yeah. The other matches that we didn't get to watch, I think it was just one of them, was the other losers round 4. That was Zealot Strikers versus Elysium, and Zealot did win that one 2-0. So they will be up against Bob Jones in losers quarters. And of course, Kane will be against Sundubu Strikers.
Wait, really? Wait, that's legitimately a collegiate matchup then. It's UCLA versus Kane.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, hey, I just forgot if User Wet still went to UCLA. I actually forgot where he went to begin with. I just remember he was collegiate.
But
I'm so sorry. I forgot
their
his
team
name.
name is Kane University, so they are
Yeah.
technically representing Kane University. I
Well,
remember.
Kane is 100% Kane students. I do know that.
Yeah.
And that match also has just like a lot of playtesters in it. I think that's all 6 of them were involved in all the playtests since I think February. So
yeah,
all the names I recognize pretty well. Other than oh wait, no, I'm lying. Just like entirely. I don't know why I said that because the 2 students from Kane that aren't Leo, I don't know if they were involved with the playtest. I think they were, but I'm not confident. I just made assumptions.
You were so confident.
I was. I'm just, you told me beforehand, just make a point and roll with it. So if I lie, I'm rolling with it. It's now truth.
No one will know if you're lying or not if you're confident. Okay, so you
true.
are on
those Kane students were like, you know what? I was in all the play tests.
Yeah, now their ball's in their court. You're right. The ball was in your court earlier. You had the court. Now you pass it to them, and now they're gonna score on you, dude.
Oh no.
I'm just gonna from now on. I'm just gonna even if I'm right or wrong. I'm just gonna say it like I mean it. But I'd rather not be wrong, so I'll do my studying. Anyways. Kane University, Sunwoo Strikers. We just saw these 2 on stream earlier, not together, separately, right? And Kane University, unfortunately, had to go against Goliath, known as Laughing King. So I'm sure they are looking to get some redemption, some revenge, right? And then we look at Sunwoo Strikers. How did they go into the losers bracket? Well, they got taken down by Bob Jones. So honestly, both these teams, they got a little bone to pick with Bob Jones and Laughing Kings here. And really excited to see how both these teams kind of play against each other. Looking at character picks outside of Double Dubu, well, that will probably happen, right? I'm still expecting the same picks we've been seeing earlier, right? Probably a combination of either like Juliet, Era, Asher, and Estelle, right? Those have been like the top 4 most picks so far in the second half of this tournament, right? So, I mean, it's just all comes down to execution.
I think in this match coming up, that should be starting pretty shortly. I'm hoping to see the Juliets. I'm pretty sure it's going to be an Asher ban, and I don't know what past that because both teams are going to have a Jewel player. I'm wondering if User Wet will bring out something spicy like the Luna, which he does play a lot of. I would like to see more of that, as a Luna connoisseur myself.
Yeah, I see you right now. I don't know if anyone else sees it. We're on the group screen, and I see you on the Luna. I want to track our producers on the Dubu. We're actually a team right now. We could legitimately, queue up, but we're not doing that. So
maybe next week.
Maybe next week we'll spice it up, and we'll just be like, okay, we'll screw the next match. The casters and the producer are actually going to go into a matchup themselves. We run it down, we lose 0-5, and we're just like, oops.
Oops. There was actually one time. Oh no. Okay, so it appears that we either didn't queue the spectate at the right time, so unfortunately we did miss the first game. So we're gonna be tuning into the second at some point. I don't know if it's over yet. Or if we just got info that they're probably like midway through part of the match, which is pretty unfortunate. But
yeah.
Now we can we go ahead.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's pretty unlucky. I mean, it happens. Spectating these days and whatnot, but we'll bring you the next game the best we can. Who won the last one? Do we know?
The first one? It might not be over.
Oh, it might not be over.
Yeah, here, wait.
Oh, I see what you mean now. It didn't last.
Let's check the chat.
Oh, okay.
All
so
right,
I guess
we
now
don't have
it's
info on that first game.
Now it's I guess it's a podcast until we get into the second game.
Very true. Well, I'm sure we have a lot to talk about. I was going to mention on the point of casters playing the game that actually did happen to me once. I was coaching for and running an organization called Questy Sports, where I had a team compete in Open Division. And for Overwatch, but while I was casting the game on a solo production, one of the players had to leave, and I was registered to the team as a player. So I just continued the cast stream into the game. We played some open division. It was so scuffed, but we won a game. We won one of the games. We lost the best of 3, but somehow we pulled out a win with me playing. I did
You
not
performed, dude.
play in any of their scrims, so it was truly a miracle run. But again, you know, play. You gotta play for the content, guys. That's what we're here for.
It's all about the
I'm telling
content.
you.
Eventually, we'll get clipped right on is it Chorussist, right? I think that's
Oh
one
yeah.
of them. Yeah, Chorussist will clip us and be like, "Oh, casters are farming for content." SMH, you know, that's actually what we're doing right now. Because
yeah.
we couldn't get it, we're just farming for content now. And Hamster Quest bringing a tear to my eye with a story. You know, sometimes you just gotta show. You just gotta show them kids.
Yeah, sometimes you really
I
got
got
to
the
take
hands.
matters into your own hands.
Exactly, dude. If you don't,
Yeah.
then you know no one will ever respect you. You know,
So true. You got to make them respect you.
you gotta.
Maybe we can do a little segment where chat's involved. We can do ask the cast, ask almost a mega player, some anything meta related
Yeah,
of
I'm
the
just gonna
game.
toss all the questions to you. I'm just gonna smile.
Yeah,
And wave and
you,
just be like,
you can participate.
yeah, I'll just be
Uh,
like, yeah, you know, I think that you should have passed it up instead of forward. Maybe that would be good. Yeah, that's my coaching. Actually,
pass up like vertical.
yeah,
Yeah,
pass,
just pass up.
pass
Well,
north.
actually,
Pass
those
up.
are self passes. You know,
Yeah,
direct goalie when, direct goalie now. Direct
Check goalie
goalie with
now.
eject is
I'll,
viable.
I'll get the eject button going, and then I'll just walk up. I'll go invisible, and I'll get someone. Okay, I'll paint the picture. Right, we're
Mhm.
on. What's the stage of the square in the middle? Right, again.
With the diamond in the middle,
Yeah, diamond in the middle
that
corner
is center
square.
stage.
Center stage, right? Picture this: we're on center stage, right? I'm Dakar goalie, right? I gotta myself an eject button, right?
Mhm.
And Core's gonna have to spawn up and down somehow, right? Someone's gonna have to walk up to it, right? I just press W, I get someone, I eject back, and I'm like, oh, I kill. Oh,
Yeah,
no
that's
comfort. Yeah,
exactly how Drakkar with the eject works.
that's
Honestly,
that's
you can kind
awesome,
of get
man.
it. I'm trying to get away with running it forward. There's another player. See if I can remember real quick. I want to say it's Cameron, who's also running the Drakkar with eject forward, and you can do some crazy self passing with that. So that's a lot of fun. We did get another question: how does Atlas spacebar work? That is called Cosmic Expanse, and it doesn't. No, I'm kidding. It has has a little bit of a what we call a start lag, I think, or a wind up. So it's gonna do nothing for like about like 0.4 seconds ish, and then it'll expand outwards, and it will either stop if it hits someone or if it reaches max size, and it does this pretty quick. But the larger it gets, the longer it stays out as well. So once it hits max size, it starts a little timer, and then eventually it will go away. But once it hits max size, I believe it'll stay like that. It'll stay max size no matter what you do to it. So it's really there to stop stuffing attempts. You just have to be
Yeah.
really preemptive with it. It's kind of you can kind of think of it as a Dubu wall that doesn't leak. Honestly, it's just better.
I think
Dubu
it does
wall.
shrink though.
It does. It does. Yeah, it does a little shrink action after it starts
Yeah.
to do that. But that's usually not as
Better than
relevant.
that,
It's
yeah.
not like it gets like part way and then you hit it, and they might hit it back into the shrinking part. It's not as
Mhm.
big when that happens. But I guess that is kind of relevant.
It could happen. It could
It could
happen,
happen. They
right?
could hit it back.
Yeah.
That's usually where you're standing. So just like you really got to stay on top of your own strike when you're casting Cosmic Expanse, because you are stuck there as
Mhm.
the cast begins. So you just got to make sure you do it early.
Yeah.
Do you have to hold space? No, you just tap it, and that whole action will happen.
Yeah. And you know, sometimes you just gotta create space, quite literally.
That
Use the
is
space.
you literally
You're
expand the
making space.
cosmos.
Yep.
Create space. Atlas creates space. Which is why where did we see Atlas forward that other day? Oh yeah, when we were practicing.
Yeah. The what
Dude,
is
he
it?
was the space
I
painter.
swear, Kuichi actually is the one that introduced the term to me. I remember I was queuing up with them, and she was all like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna play some Ratless." I'm like, "Oh, that's a fun
Ratness,
term,
yeah.
Ratless." You just live. That's it. You just live. No
Yeah.
one can take you out.
It's so true. Atlas, you just like bring out like the crossover so that you actually move at a reasonable pace. Probably like built different just so that you're bigger, and then you have to pick a purple tree. You could bring the creator of durable things. I think at that point, that's probably the best Atlas Ford trainings you could do. If I had to guess. So, last questions about the Cosmic Expanse. Can you move, or do you need to stay inside of it? No, it is unrelated to you. It's just once you press it, it'll go and do its whole thing by itself, hands free. You are stuck while it's doing the wind up, but as it expands, you're free to move. So it's like the 0.4 seconds at the beginning, you're casting it. It starts to cast. You're your own entity. Do whatever you want. Cover a different angle if you want, whatever, and it'll go do its thing where it expands till it hits someone or it reaches max size. Once it goes away, it starts to get smaller. But we are finally in game. Wow, we got through 2 questions. Sorry, I'm really slow.
Kane University is up 1-0 apparently, and
That is big. Good for Kane.
Kane's gonna be on the blue side here. We got Leo Leon, we got Lewis, and Stella's name is not showing up, but I'll remember her name eventually. It's a mirror match. That's fun.
Yeah. Oh, I have the bracket for this exact situation.
Answer quest. That's why you're the brains, and I am the mouth.
Brawn.
I'm not the. I can't be the brawn here. I'm not punching people on screen. That doesn't work.
You're punching people with your words.
My word. Okay. Anyways, we're gonna start things off here with a double primary already. Both Snow's gonna be rocking. No, it's just Grimella's gonna be rocking the Stinger.
That's the only one that's gonna be rocking. Leo's gonna get rocked off the map.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Breezy already playing, already so forward. And yeah, Kane right now, maybe on the back seat here as the rest of the Tsunubu Strikers. They're looking to bring this to game number 3, right? So they're currently going to be down 1 game, right? And it's never really a fun place to be on game point. Already, though, a lot of cooldowns being exchanged. Everyone's just poking each other. Estelle on the blue side already going to be on low HP, and you really got to be careful of the walls there. So, oh, okay. I jinxed it. Oh, okay. Another jinx. Let's say, don't go near the wall, and they both went near the wall. And
Lewis.
Jump into the score.
Yeah, that's really tough. Again, as Dubu, it's really difficult to just deal with an Estelle. I hate good Estelles on Dubu. You have to be like so patient. You have to really know what they can do. The jump forward, anything they can do can really stuff you. You don't want to be caught in a strike animation where their ability hits second, because then that's just gonna go in.
Yeah. And, you're talking about taking the strike, right? It's something that Estelles could also do. Is like they jump forward, they get the projectile hit, you toss it back, and then they strike, and then they primary. Yeah, it's just not really much you can do there. But, Leo trying to bring it in, but Reznok what to do.
Yeah, you just didn't have cooldowns for it, and now it's going to take some hits from Breezy. Does keep that core on Reznok's side. Estelle now maybe able to get an opportunity here. Does pick up that orb. For the cooldowns, actually really well played there for their abilities. Does get on the staggered state, but Leo has cooldowns. Unfortunately, Reznok is going to have that Dubu ult for him. Back and forth on the top side, gets sent down. Now a double touch on the Leo ult. He is going to close 1 kill. 3v2. Right, and they find the passing play. Leo does get the ball here.
Oh,
Reznok really on top of these cooldowns, and Dubu is going to stop that play.
Yeah, Grimel right now looking for opportunities to get into the net here. Reznok going to be passing back to the other side of the map here, while Estelle does miss the unfortunate special there. Breezy still playing up front right next to the Hiram. Oh, the stagger into the kill. Breezy's going to be able to get another KO for himself, while Leo Leon, though, level 9, going to be looking to see if he can get a goal himself. Will be able to find the angle. And unfortunately, like, we're already seeing a lot of flashy Juliet plays, but sometimes all it takes is just 1 punch and the right angle, and it's in.
The right gangle, of course. Just trying to slip that one by you. It's definitely inside and not relevant to the stream. But oh my goodness, Leo with a double kill goal.
Okay. He's like, the first goal is like, you know what? I'll just casually put it in. And the next one is like, okay, double KO and a goal. So now the third one is going to be the triple KO and the goal with flashes to mango emote as well. Oh, I love that emote so much.
Ooh, tough kill, walking too close to the edge. Yeah, Leo's not going to miss those.
Bad.
He wants to get his health back there. He threw up the ult, but did not connect. So he's still... This is the state you don't want to be in. Because while you are staggered, you actually heal all your health back. But while you're right on the edge of getting staggered. You stay that way for a long time. And 3Z Breezy was waiting for that moment where Leo gets a little bit too close to the edge and picks up that kill.
Riznock doing his cooldowns pretty well there to be able to defend it. And now Breeze is going to be back into the map here, looking for the power orb, but realizes his goal is in danger. Oh, Breezy though. Not going to be able to do much as Leon. Going to strike it in with Estelle.
This Estelle is playing really well on the side of Kane, honestly. I think they learned a lot from the last match against Laughing Kings.
Oh, wow. What a great pass to avoid the log there. Really nicely drawn by Kane here. Tofu Wall going to be used. And Grimella reminding us that this is a close match. They're still in it. Sunobu is not out of it just yet.
Yeah, it's really tough to watch all those angles all the time and have the patience to strike second. Unfortunately, Lewis was just not in a position to strike at all as the core was a little bit too high, so couldn't quite put their body where they wanted to. Watch the clears, does get it through 3Z Breezy. Leo finding another kick in.
Really nicely done there. Unfortunately for Breezy, right, he cooldowns a little bit too early, right, not being able to pressure Leo, and he just finds the angle, right, he's just able to kind of just score it right in, just makes it look easy, right, so really nicely played there from Kane.
Leo I wanted to see on the Juliet is making it work quite well. Gets the Juliet near kill. Now 27 seconds remaining. Estelle is going to convert that into 2v2 for the moment as 3Z Breezy comes back up. See Riznock actually getting a lot of value, walking a little bit more forward. He has the crossover so he can move very quickly, keeping that 2v3 scenario
Breezy stuck
to give it just get more value off the 2v3 scenario, you know, keep the core on their side.
5 seconds.
Oh,
this is probably going to be going on a Kane.
Angles, but time is up.
That's a 2-0. Kane's going to go ahead and walk away with that one. And there's one thing we were talking about earlier. You just play for content, right? Leon, that's a highlight reel.
He's playing. Oh, yeah.
5 KOs. Now 8 KOs, 4 goals, 61 redirects. That man...
He's farming.
He's farming, dude. He's going for it. Dude, quite literally, like, you're watching the replays there. I'm sad that we only got to see one game, but it happens, right? But replays is just going to be like, we're watching the replays right now. Sunobu got one in, right? But look at this, right? Leon, after scoring one simple goal, he's like, okay, I kick it. I look for the special. Ooh, it's double KO. Ooh.
That was so weird. The angle went back up to the top. Riznock thought he got the clear, but he didn't. Very unfortunate goal for him. Yeah, Leo just cleaning the rest of these up with a very classic jump kick.
Yeah, if there's one thing, like, Juliet's not a character where it's like you pick her, you automatically win, right? She requires a lot of skill. She's a high skill thing, right? She does require a lot of good play, and right there, you could tell the presence that a good Juliet has is absolutely like just. It's so
has so much agency over the basically just stuffing and winning all the trades. Not entirely in her only weakness is that she can't move around incredibly fast. She usually doesn't have room to bring crossover into most matchups because the trainings you need are generally perfect form in the green tree just so that your multi-hits get a lot of value and reset your jump and kick cooldowns.
Yeah.
But she still gets so much value off of what she has. So her only weakness is really hard to take advantage of, and Leo just makes it almost not relevant with the way he's able to keep possession. That's kind of the big factor of most Juliets, if they're able to not just give away possession by striking towards the net whenever they can, but if you can close the gap by striking along the walls on the top or the bottom to get a little bit closer, maybe bait out cooldowns from the goalie. We didn't get to see too much of that in that round, but just getting your body in the right place and the core in front of you and then the Dubu or the goalie right there. That situation was made pretty often for Leon, and there was a lot of help from the Estelle to make that happen as well. So good team play.
It was really good team play from both of them. And honestly, unfortunately for Sunobu Strikers, they are going to be knocked out, but they are top 8. Really good showing, I think for the Bruins, that was pretty neat. That was pretty sick. And one thing, if there's one thing, Breezy had a ton of crazy moments when he was playing against Hekia. Just
Very
unfortunately
true.
not enough to take on Kane there. And you know, if there's one thing that I noticed, right, when you look at Leo, right, he's getting high value
Mhm.
with his special, high value with his cooldowns, right? He's always hitting like 1 or 2 people. He's always up in someone's face, and he's always
Yeah,
looking to get that
that's big
KO.
value
Yeah, unfortunately for
for
Breezy, I
most
don't think
characters too.
yeah, he wasn't really able to replicate that. I think he was definitely playing catch up the whole time, right?
Mm.
And from Sunabu, like from what I feel like they were playing pretty reactionary, right? Most of the plays was just based off trying to keep up with the rest of Kane University, trying to consistently apply a lot of pressure in the goal. But speaking of goals, we're going to be going into our next matchup here. We got ourselves Bob Jones on the blue side, and on the red side,
Did I
the
just see
Zealot
Oki
Strikers.
lock the Juno? I don't think we saw Oki playing the Juno earlier. Was that
We did
right?
not. Oki was playing Asher, and then was playing, I want to say, X.
Yeah, that sounds right. Okay, so that's pretty interesting. That we're
Yeah.
actually seeing some Juno up in here. So Juno mains rejoice. Do you get to
Yeah,
see
Juno!
yeah, wow. All three of you. No, I'm kidding. Honestly, Juno's really popular. So
I'm
there's
gonna
gonna be a lot more of them.
pretty sure I'm gonna place a bet where I'm pretty sure Juno's the most popular character in the game.
Yeah, honestly, I think you're right. I know definitely my girlfriend wanted to play Juno as soon as she saw that was
Ooh.
a character, but did pick up the Estelle as well for another character for when she wins the dubs as well. I'm kidding. She also wins a lot of Juno. Scored on the world champs. Gotta throw that out there. It's a clip. You know, farming the contents. That's what it's all about. Also, okay, let's point out that save, right? This is what you have to do against the Asher, the somersault, and you can't just hit it back into the Asher. You need to pick a different clear angle. So absolutely well played. So I think this team can make this composition work.
Oh my
Based
god!
off the backs of the midfield and goalie alone, we just have to see if this Asher can get goals without dying on the backside.
Yeah, really crazy there from Cuberto and Atomic Chronic, really making sure, just playing double defensive here. Rest X, though, on this Drekar, really interesting. I think he's intentionally just walking into the slimes to make sure that they're not on the field, but he's been unfortunately neglecting again. He actually doesn't have private. He has eject button. This is an eject button Drekar.
It's the Drek. It's the eject Drek.
Hey, we haven't seen the
Forbidden
eject
tech,
button
but
yet.
I love to
Wait,
see it.
did Oki just
Well,
emote
we'll
in
point
the
that
middle
out.
of the screen?
Did he just
He just stood there and just did his emote. He's literally just playing up front
He's just
right
waiting,
now.
yeah.
Yeah, he's
Honestly,
waiting for the goal.
This is the Juno play I was talking about. What you really have to do. Unfortunately, it does go down. Caught without their blobbo jump. I don't know what that's called, but the jump.
Yeah, I'll go with
kill.
the wobble jump. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, those little things on the ground, those are blobbos.
He's doing it again.
Oh, it's the mind game. They're like, that's a blobbo.
No, am I a blobbo or am I actually, it's... He's just... Oh my god.
Which one is it?
He just keeps
in
doing
their
it on
heads.
cooldown.
He has their numbers. Look
He's
at
just
how
in their
much.
heads. But meanwhile, on the other side, John Bob is just absolutely tearing it up right now. And this Asher is already level 8. Just constantly using his cooldowns off, his CDs whenever available. Just looking for the goals here. But so far, this relay been super straightforward. But John Bob's now going to be going down. Oki now is going to be the only one remaining. Uses this special. Will allow the
pressure on the
slimes.
net.
Nope.
There's the angle. Wilbur picks the wrong side on the 50-50.
Atomic gets
Probably had to send the somersault into the Asher, but honestly, that's a tough one because sometimes that somersault does not be connecting.
No, sir, and now.
Oh, no way.
My!
Starts
No
off
way!
like this.
Breakers.
Yeah,
Wow.
Drekar going invisible. It's a thing. Gotta watch out for that. It looks safe that the core was gonna go down to the 45 wall and
Goes invisible
didn't
again.
have to stop it, but it did get redirected. Now we do see a lot of pressure on this Drekar right now, and the kill does come out by John Bob. Trying to get this core back in front of this Dubu, and they're able to do it. They have a lot of redirects potential on the Asher and the Juno blobs, so they're able to make it happen. Again, Atomic is getting quite low.
He has to be careful. Now staggered, but should be chilling here. Is going to be able to heal back up. Now Oki trying to use the slimes. Is only level 6, however. Slime almost gets it in, but he has to be a little bit careful. John Bob, though, is able to get the kill onto the other Asher here. Great angle there. from Oki. Almost getting a score, but now looking for the slime play
Oh, there
again.
it
Gets
is.
it! You can't
Play
sleep
set up
on
by John
slimes.
Bob, taking out the goalie, and Oki's able to get it to their slimes up top and send it right into the net. There's also another play in there that I thought was pretty smart. Is you can throw the Juno blobs through the Dubu wall, so when the core went through it, and Dubu just thought he was going to have to clear the core normally, he did have to deal with the blob there on the other side of his wall as well, so that was an interesting play.
Yeah, Juno's a one-man army, honestly. Like, if she just needs to play for herself, you know? She's gonna pass through. Who needs a team?
Very true. It is interesting to see that Juno is not in the midfield, because I think that's where a lot of people want to play, because they're like,
she's gonna play forward the whole
I'm very
time,
good at getting the redirects and pushing it to my forward, and maybe my Asher should stuff it in. But they have this kind of mixed formation where Asher's kind of on the peel, which was working pretty well. They got Atomic staggered, just couldn't get the kill, and the Dubu wall was not enough to stop that goal.
That might
But
be
honestly, they're making this
game.
positioning work.
Yeah,
otherwise.
timer's not a lot of time left here. I think, yeah, Oki, like, I respect it. He's playing in front of the goalie the whole entire time. But John Bob, you know, as much as you know, he's been playing well, a 1v2 against Double Bruiser is always going to be really tough.
And again, we're walking up now. They need the goal. There's only 1 second
get
remaining. The core on the way in, but time is up.
That's Zealot Strikers going to be taking game number 1. And Restex Atomic Chronic, if there's one thing they were doing the whole entire time, they were applying so much pressure onto the other side of Bob Jones. And unfortunately, I love the Juno, but you got to help out your team. You know, you gotta release some pressure.
Yeah. Honestly, I think they were doing Juno justice with the pressure on the net. It's just that Dubu is in right now. Like, if that was like an Atlas goalie or something, I think they could have gotten a lot more value with the Juno pick and the pressure that they could have provided in front of the net. But because Dubu is just so consistent in the net, it's just really hard to make Juno work. But I think that's as good as you're gonna see. Juno, they were making good use of the you can strike out of your Juno blobs, so no matter where you are, you can choose which direction the blobos will strike the core by also striking yourself, and then it'll go in the direction of your cursor. So
we're getting it again.
They know the tech, but it just wasn't enough.
Well, we'll have to see if it's enough this time around. Round 2 of Juno here.
So interesting. I feel like maybe the X is getting banned. Maybe Oni's like, oh no, my X is banned. My next best is Juno.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Honestly though, like, you gotta keep your eyes on Restex here. Again, piloting the eject button Drekar, I think it's been.
I got baited. Maybe Cuberto over there was just looking to get out some cooldowns. I think that was pretty smart. I would have fallen for the same thing. I did as a casting.
Joke's on you. I was looking at something else, so I did not fall for anything.
You didn't get baited, yeah.
I didn't get baited. Oh,
that's
Oki,
the pro play to not get baited. Just don't look. Forehead.
Speaking of not looking, don't know if Oki wanted that at all. Cuberto gets the Tofu Walk kill right on his own goal, and Restex and Atomic Chronic again. Gonna be playing up front onto the goal there for Bob Jones. Oki, though, still looking for the angles there. Already consistently spotting the slime right at the net here, but Wilbur right now doing his best.
Wilbur doing so well against this Asher and Drex in front of his net. He's going to have to do it again. His cooldowns are a little bit low. The log's enough this time, though. He's trying to get the core back to his Asher there. Now Asher getting that kill. Good job, John Bob. Getting the core forward. They have 2 more seconds of 3v2 Omega Strikers. Drex comes out, immediately pushing away the core. Now even strength, but the Juno blob does find the goal.
Gets a strike and then spawns the blob immediately there. Unfortunately, your strike's not going to come back on. Going on for that, and I don't think Cuberto expected that either. Pretty sure you hit the log, pretty sure you hit the wall, but disrespecting the Oki a little bit there. And as Oki,
is that a slime in front of the net? Who knows?
Yeah, turns into a slime
watch
again.
Out.
Don't get distracted. Juno's all maybe cute, but she's actually quite deadly.
Yeah, I'm interested to know why Oki throws the slimes to the back of the net. I wonder if that's like to just potentially slow, or maybe it's to bait the Dubu to walk on it, and then you just throw another slime to kill them. I'm not quite sure, so I don't know what that slime's gonna do.
My theory, right? Maybe Oki was playing. Okay, well, that's gonna go. Maybe Oki was playing against another Juno, is like doing the exact same thing, and then like doing the Juno.
Picked it up.
It's like in Yu-Gi-Oh, where it's like I checked this one card because it worked for me this one time. Right? It's gonna work. It's gonna work.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you gotta do. You gotta weigh out the wall. He does have creator of durable
everyone's
things.
just waiting.
So gonna stay out there a very long time. Rest X. Oh, what a good angle, but unfortunately gets robbed by that little bump on the top.
Wow.
But Atomic Chronic not gonna have that happen to them. Just gonna slap it on through Wilbur.
Yeah, that's always a tough place to defend there. You know, you can't really tell where the Ford is going to be, you know, going to ball. She could go for it, but she could also pass it herself and then use the skill, right? It's just a lot of angles. And it's like, okay, it's like a car's passing by. You're playing on the street,
Yeah.
a car's passing by. It's like that.
Game on. After the log goes away.
Car!
Car.
And then they go
Stopping
back
your
to fighting.
street hockey game.
Oh gosh, but one thing that Restex does not want to play, right? He's not playing around. He's going for another kill. Okay, get him down once more. Restex. He looked to pass it himself, but John Bob there to intercept. Atomic Chronic gonna be looking for it now. Passes to Restex, but he doesn't get the
not
strike.
close enough to get the strike, but there it is. Yeah, Atomic Chronic.
Gets
Let's get in
himself.
there.
No assist for Restex because he did not perform. Unlucky.
Unlucky.
Actually, he'll get the pass. I believe in him.
Yeah, Oki is still at level 6 here. The playstyle is not very XP conducive.
Oh.
But maybe it doesn't matter if you just get the goals. Still a lot of slimes in front of the net.
Yeah,
There's a
at the
good
end of the-
self pass to buy time for Asher to get in, but they couldn't close the goal. They still have the pressure here.
back.
2v3. Restex
slow.
gets the TP back with Eject to help him peel. But now they're
Chronic's
getting
looking for
quite
a KO.
low. Yeah,
Won't be able
Atomic
to get
Chronic
it.
almost gets that kill there. Dubu Wall is down. Wilbur
Oh.
not able to stop this now.
Yep. No cooldowns there. Atomic Chronic right next to the goalie there is able to just strike it back as soon as he's able to defend their match point here for the stream debut of the Zealot Strikers, and they are definitely putting up a show here. And Oki, unfortunately, on to Juno, now playing to his own side actually. That's a little bit of a
Interesting,
playstyle
change of pace
stage.
here to try to get
Not enough.
additional peel in the net, but the core is just moving so fast. It just blasts right through Wilbur. Well played, honestly. That was much further in a tournament than I was expecting a Juno to get. So Oki, take that home, frame it, whatever you got to do, print screen this, but or the tournament bracket. Honestly, losers, quarters, finals. That is a good placement. I couldn't think of a better synonym for good, but there you go. You did.
I
good.
didn't even realize it earlier. This game was a salty run back. Bob Jones is the team that knocked Zealot Strikers down to the lower
Oh,
bracket.
no way.
And they got to play against each other. Yeah. So Bob Jones actually played them earlier 2-1, and now Zealot Strikers with the 2-0. So maybe that's why the Juno was the pick. Maybe that's why it's the mind games.
What if they lost to Juno and they were trying to play it
Exactly.
back? They were
Maybe.
like, we could do it
Who
better.
knows?
I don't know. This is
Maybe-
all
Well, maybe they play against each other again in the next Striker Saturday, and we'll be able to kind of uncover the riddle of the Juno here. But folks, it's time to go to the winners finals. We're going back up to the promised lands. We're almost here to grand finals. We're not there just yet. We got ourselves 4 more games. And Hamster Quest, we got ourselves the Laughing Kings versus South Strikers. I believe they're seeded 1 and 2 for the tournament, and now they're playing against each other.
true. I'm excited to see it. I'm also very
too.
hungry. Just turning into hunger for some good gameplay to compensate.
I'm hungry for good
how
gameplay.
I'm
We've been seeing a
hungry.
lot of great gameplay.
Gotta make it worth it.
When are we getting a food sponsor? Can't wait to shout out
Please,
one of the delivery.
yes.
Yeah. Sorry, remember us?
Please.
I picture this. We're on Striker Saturday number 50. Okay, everybody. My name's XT. I'm here at Hamster Quest, and we are sponsored by what's it? I don't know. What's the food delivery thing? DoorDash, Grubhub, or something?
You have to say all of them.
DoorDash, a food delivery service. Okay, I'm not shouting out any of the food deliveries, guys. You're gonna have to work for it here, but just imagine.
Uh-huh.
It's been a great competition, but me and Hamster are pretty hungry. But thanks to a food delivery company here, we got ourselves a
We got
hookup with tofu soup. Yeah, because
Provided by you from Dubu's delivery service.
yeah, there you go. Dubu's Delivery. There you go. Dubu's Delivery. It's a sponsored segment, and we're just like, check out this fun food that we got. It's tofu soup for the 50th time. Can you believe that the only canonical food right now in game is tofu?
I'm thinking about that. Would
There's
you
no other fruit
consider
that
Juno
spawns.
food? Because there's the cafe Juno skin where I think she has like a
I'm-
straw in her. So whether Juno's
Ah,
food or not is a controversial
I don't
topic.
like this. I don't like this anymore.
It's debatable.
Is judo food? Oh
Is
no.
Can I eat a blobo?
I
The
don't.
forbidden
I
mochi.
don't know about that. I wouldn't eat judo. No,
You wouldn't?
I'm not
I
counting
don't think I
that.
would either.
That's bad. Let's not eat the character. Well, I'll eat the tofu that spawns from
From
Juno. I'm not eating a
the
Juno.
tofu fortress, yeah.
Yeah, the tofu fortress. The log is also technically a form of nourishment.
I guess
You can.
not super.
It's
Yeah,
not.
you can.
It has nutrients.
Yeah, that's. I think like people will make arguments like, "Oh, is cereal soup?" And then you're out here with like, "Is log food?"
Is log food. Okay, it's the lesser of two evils here, right? You're talking about would you eat Juno, and I'm just talking about would you eat a log, okay? One of them is a living being, the other is a tree.
Yeah, but think about this: Juno's gone if I eat her. It's something you got to weigh into the equation.
I'm sorry to all the Juno
You
fans
all
out
may not
there.
agree with me, but
Answer Quest is confirmed, confirmed evil, confirmed a Juno eater. Like
Juno
hello,
eater. I don't know. I think there was one of the in one of the play tests. I don't know. I was super salty for some reason, and I in my feedback form I leave it to the devs. I'm like, Juno belongs in C tier.
no.
Just what I say word for word. My explanation is like along the lines of like a character with like this much like map agency like shouldn't be like really good. Like her ult, while doesn't spawn RNG, it's like it's all of her blobas from Make It Rain will spawn on top of enemy forward or any enemy character, any enemy striker. I will say,
Enemy
and the
striker.
core.
Mhm.
And I forget if there's a +1 in there or not to guarantee like yourself or something. But yeah, if there's more opponents in the core in your ult, you get more blobs. And I said this actually at the time where Juno was unintentionally buffed because her blob on Friend Fling could not be destroyed before it was struck. Striked? Before it was stricken. And so if you flung it right into someone to stuff like a Dubu or something, then that core would go in and the blob wouldn't get destroyed. And then they were like, that's unintended, and they removed it. And now Juno is back down to C tier where she belongs.
One day she'll.
One day. I'm sorry,
One day
stream.
she'll
If there's a lot of Juno fans out there that I'm sorry
You're
I'm
breaking
not
a lot of people's
as
hearts.
supportive. I
That's all I'm
am. I
saying.
probably am. But yeah. I absolutely love about Juno that you can strike to guide the where the blobos hit, because that was just an amazing way to raise the skill ceiling. So like kudos to the devs. I would have never thought of that. That was a great change, and I think there's still more ways to fix Juno to buffer in some ways, because if you want all your characters to be competitive viable, Juno would indeed need some sort of buff. But I want personally something else changed about her, something smart like that, where it's like, wow, that's like, it's really smart gameplay. Like if a Juno scores on me, I want it to be like I was outplayed, not there was too many blobs. There's just too much.
They're
blobbo
everywhere.
on my screen.
Ah!
They're everywhere.
It's a horror movie. You're just surrounded by Juno slimes. You're just like, oh god, I can't eat these.
I wonder if we're gonna get any spooky skins now that we're in spooky month over here. That's why I brought out the flannel, by the way. If you didn't notice. I was like,
I mean,
it's October. I woke up with this on. I'm like, I'm ready.
hey, I forget it's spooky season, right? I'm a haunted tourist. That's why I'm wearing the Hawaiian shirt. I will visit your city and be annoying. That's my haunted tourist cosplay. Be careful.
Careful. Yeah.
Careful. I will ask you for directions.
Oh no.
I will ask where's the nearest gas station. Anyways, Lava King Scout Striker. Laughing
Oh,
Kings
yeah.
on the
Team
left,
play.
Star Strikers on the right, and we got ourselves a mirror match. The only difference, we got Asher on one, X on the other. Griffin on the edge.
Do play that X
And he's dead.
character. Griffin off the map. Bent up is also quite low. Yeah,
He should be
it
fine.
happens. You know, you do want that orb. And honestly, you're not gone for that long. Is your team really going to get scored on? Oh, I wonder if that was a double orb. They were both pretty close to that. That is something you can do in Omega Strikers. All you solo queue players or teammates,
Okay,
players. You gotta double stack those orbs when they're free.
double the
There's twice as
value.
much value. Yes.
2 for wide. Well, speaking of value there, Griffin popping the special there and is able to gently walk the core into the goal there on South Strikers. So unfortunate, but again, sometimes those kinds of things just happen. Either way, Pent-Up already putting out the wall there. Log going to be used from UMC. Snipe being tried. Dixon was really looking for it.
Good
Does look
save.
for the jump, but isn't
Now
able
the
to get
wall
special.
is gone. I wonder if Dixon and Griffin will have their cooldowns up to pressure Dubu here and get a goal. Dixon needs
down.
to strike the
Up.
score in, just barely misses, and then can follow it up with the ult, but unfortunately that play did not work out for them. It's going to be Stout Strikers
Great
back
gale.
to, never mind, I was going to say full strength.
Passes it up,
Asher
dodges
is
the jump.
down. Ooh, good save from UMC, is able to pick up that orb too and stay healthy. Bent Up back alive, has to watch out this side, but Griffin doesn't have the primary to kill. Bent Up is trying to trade this pressure and get to the orb with the ultimate, but does not quite get there. Griffin now has the ult. Bent Up
Push
trying to
him
feel
back.
themselves one more
We'll get
punch
it.
and they are down.
He looks for the primary. He doesn't get the goal. That's a goal.
Well,
stopped
patient.
right there. Well done by UMC there. But again, User Wet maybe looking to see if he can get the goal out of there. Looks for the snipe. Won't be able to get it. Dixon right now, though, applying so much pressure alongside Griffin. Wall won't be enough, but the other wall from Megaverse will. Looks for the primary. Won't be able to get the core there. User Wet now looking for the score there, but Griffin again popping the ultimate. Gonna punch some fools into the wall there.
Oh,
Passes it
and
to
the
Dixon
second
and will get the power
try.
play goal.
Yeah, I don't know what UMC had in the cooldowns for that play, but just the Estelle right in front of you. Any character, right? It's going to get that second strike and hit it in. If
have a lot
any of
left
you
in the
guys are
tank.
looking for tips for free LP, that's the way to do it. Just stand right in front of the goalie and strike second. Oh, User Wet is maybe stuck.
Yeah, and
go
it's gonna be
down.
knocked
That's
into the wall for
unfortunate.
his trouble. It's unfortunate. Griffin Dope got to be popping the special once more. Bent Up now gonna be staggered. Is gonna be hunted down, but X will
He's able to
lose
back
the
up and
special
lift him
before
now.
for the
Dixon
snipe.
does, yes, find that angle. Oh,
Oh!
hit with
Rare misplay.
the Crystal Thorns. They miss, and no
This is
goal
another
is
strike.
collected. They're still up 2-0. Back to full strength though. 3v3 Omega Strikers
There's
until
another test.
User Wet goes down. The second strike from Griffin, getting past UMC.
There it is. Okay, we ignore that Dixon missed the self pass, but they're just limit testing. They're just limit testing hands for us. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Either way, 3-0.
Honestly, that is very important to do, limit testing. I was talking to Ginger Pop in a coaching session about limit
He's
testing,
really
and you have to get it done in order to get better at the game and really find out what you can get away with in the
Yeah,
game.
it's-
I think Dixon was stuck in that wall,
Yeah, it looked like he was in the middle of a tofu right there.
stuck in the
Tofu
soup,
caught his
lost
leg.
in the sauce, but now they're free to move about the map and try to
The
get a
little
goal
chihuahua
here.
just poke it out.
Yeah. User Wet with a good
Oh,
angle.
User Wet.
Was hesitant on the Crystal Thorns to follow up their strike. Wanted to see where the core was going first, but unfortunately was cleared down.
Sweat is low now. Gonna
This
be in
is not
trouble.
looking good for Stout
Uses the
Strikers.
jump.
They're down a lot of cooldowns, and User Wet is low, getting pushed all the way down to the goal arc of the enemy team here.
They
Score
scored.
is thankfully getting
not
kept out by
good.
Bent Up, so User Red is going to be able to get back to his team, but Bent Up is going to be sent down. This kind of staggered death is making it so hard for Stout Strikers
30
to really do
seconds.
anything with 30 seconds remaining. They
Oh,
need
great special.
goals, but
There goes
yeah.
a Thorn to rebound the ball right into the goal. How can you predict that? UMC, unfortunately, not going to be able to defend that one. Match point here. There's two ways to lose. You either lose through time or you lose through the score. How do you want to go down, Stout Strikers? We're going to have to wait and see. Griffin again popping to special, getting full value. He's basically popping it off cooldown. Now he gets another kill
Yeah.
onto the Asher. Dixon looking for it, gets the
UMC, that was-
snipe.
That was so close. They were so smart positioning outside of the primary to try to catch the core as it moves past you. If you get hit by that, then you're stuck in a hit stun and can't strike. And he's trying to position his body outside of it. He gets the first one, but I think that prime time was up. They fired another primary. He positioned out of it, didn't get hit by it, but couldn't touch the core. That was still very well played. It's just very unfortunate that Bent Up and UseRed are a little bit on this death rotation at the hands of Griffin and Dixon, getting so much damage out, and Griffin closing all these kills. He got 7 that match.
Oh yeah, dude, Griffin. Whenever his special is up, he immediately casts it, and he's just looking to take someone down. Now I'm seeing the X hover from Bent Up. I don't think you want to do this. Okay, he does it.
What's the mirror? Honestly,
we see the guy from Megaverse.
I agree with this. Because like Asher is really good, obviously.
Wow.
But
it's a mirror match.
It's not a guaranteed win if the game turns into this. You kind of need kills to really keep the pressure up and actually score goals. Asher's the character's like, I don't really care who's up. I'm just gonna score the goal anyway. But when you're dead, you can't really do that. So looks like they're gonna opt for this mirror match. UMC has been playing the Kai goalie. I've seen it before, so this isn't some kind of wacky pick here. And gets the kill.
Megaverse.
User wet with the primary. The piercing shot is gonna close that goal. Wow.
Wow.
What a giga blast.
All right, first time I'm seeing the Megaverse on stream, Megaverse Kai on stream, and he immediately gets KO'd. That is a one way to do it.
Yeah, it just tripped on the way in, but I don't think that'll be the tone of the entire game. If I'm guessing, there it is.
Nope, there's a kill.
Jump. That's what I was talking about. The bell ringer to take the
Gives
core.
himself
Unfortunately,
fast.
he's punished for that. Griffin is trying to do
Griffin.
what he does in the net. Got so much space for it. It didn't even matter that UMC didn't go down. He was able to get the goal just fine.
You pick the Kai goalie, but unfortunately, think about Kai goalie, right? We were talking about earlier. The reason why Dew and Atlas, right, are kind of the two more popular goalies is that you can deal with the bruises, you can deal with the Julie, you can deal with the Drekard.
It's straightforward to how to
Yeah.
deal with it.
Yeah,
Kai
but
has the other ways to do it, but it's just so much more difficult.
it's definitely, you got a smaller health pool, you're more
yeah.
vulnerable, you don't have a lot of ways to kind of avoid the damage or like push him away. And ends up now using the special, unfortunately not really getting a lot of hits in, but Griffins is going to be up and available and will get the snare. No, almost down. It's even worse for Bent Up. He's going to get knocked into the goal here. Dixon now trying to close this one out, but won't even get it just yet. But Griffin will be able to get the KO.
Barrage. Yeah, UMC holding out here in the net. Some of the things that he has available,
nice
he wasn't
skill
able to do it
shot. What a
there.
pass!
Yeah. He had to either he had to pick a lane there, right there. It looked like he was thinking about getting in front of Griffin. I was gonna say this is the way you deal with brawlers, is you just run away, and it's very difficult. It's very scary to do. I'll try to point it out if it happens in the future. But when positioning in front of that forward can be scary, but it can also be actually a really good option in how to survive and stop goals.
Oh my gosh. And one of the things that I'm also really interested in is just Megaverse. He's constantly looking for those skill shots, looking to pass to his teammates and be able to set up a lot of these plays here. But speaking of being set up here,
Bent Up
Bent Up
in the barrage is not able to
gonna be able to
strike,
get that in.
and none of them touch the core. Bent Up is the good angle.
2-2. Folks, we may be going to a game 3 here, and I, for one, would love to see that one, but we'll have to see if the Stout Strikers can close this one out. Griffin, again, going to be playing into the center of center stage. That's the stage. Will get the Power Orb. Almost has the special, but doesn't need it. Uses the primary, knocks the X back, and now User Wet all by him, loads up with UMC. Oh my
no,
gosh.
the mind games. Griffin waiting to strike. He has the whole goal arc to think about where he wants to do it. UMC didn't have, I guess, cooldowns to really commit and just push that out and cover more options. He's just waiting for Griffin to strike so that he could strike second, but it just happened so fast he wasn't able to stop the goal.
Griffin now 2 people with his special. Bent Up is down. Double KO now.
All right. So
Both of them take it by
situation
Griffin.
where you have to like walk forward. If now he's at a cooldown. Oh my God, he was able to do it without walking forward. He was just kind of playing, watching the middle, actually stopping the passes with cooldowns. That was really well played.
Not enough, though. Does a great job defending a 1v3, but doesn't matter in the end.
That was really
Dixon,
good.
all it takes is that one angle. Get that primary in, get the special one, and it goes right on your nose. Now we're here with match point here. One more score, and Laughing Kings are in grand finals, but Dixon looking for the score again. Megaverse gets the primary, gets the special. He would have hit the core, but unfortunately, Dixon is going to go down here. Griffin now going to be playing with Megaverse, waiting for his teammate to come back up, and he's now going to get taken down by Dixon. But
now they're converting
jump.
this. They're converting. They were down a man. And yeah, you pointed out Megaverse was actually waiting to push that core until his teammate came back alive, and now they turned that into another 3v1 scenario, and UMC not able to stop it. Absolutely well played.
Right in front of his face. Dixon and Griffin. They're the duo. I don't know what else to say. I had a sentence I was coming out. I was thinking of something clever, but nothing could come up. But Griffin and Dixon with the immense amount of pressure again. Griffin, whenever it was up, X is gonna give it to you. There's no other way to say it. Like, whenever the special is up, he's just popping up and he's just punching and punching and punching, and there's nothing really else. Up and the rest of the Stoughton Kings could do about it. They're the Stoughton Strikers, sorry. They are going to go into the loser finals, though. They are going to await who's going to face them and maybe get that salty wrong back against the Laughing Kings. But, I can't really say I expect anything less. Laughing Kings going to be in grand finals.
Yeah, it was kind of expected from tonight. That's how we were looking at the what's it called? Not the seeding, but just like where players lie on the leaderboards right now, and this team's performance in the Hafu tournament. I forget if this is exactly Megaverse's team from the Hafu tournament. I remember Griffin's on it. I don't know why I can't remember if Dixon was there or not. I think he was. I don't know if this is the usual team, but anyway, just same skill on the roster. So they just have good experience already. They're coming into this tournament super strong, and but it was good to see that Userwet's team, the Stout Strikers, was able to get some goals in there as well. So it's definitely not a completely one-sided, tournament. It's going to be Laughing Kings still have to work for this. Yep. We saw they that the Stout Strikers even got that first goal off really quick, and UMC demanding respect with that Giga Blast, that they be taken seriously. So that did happen.
Yeah, at the end of the day, if you're on Stout Strikers, you got the info. You got the intel now. Maybe you got the download, and maybe the next time you play against Laughing Kings, now you know a little bit more on what to prepare for, what you're in for. But meanwhile, on the other side of the bracket, we find ourselves back into the depths of the losers semis here. The Zealot Strikers taking on Kane University. Zealot Strikers with the Drekar and Asher Ford really take it down Bob Jones in pretty dominant fashion there. Unfortunately, the Juno did not get to have any fun, but Kane University as well. You really got to look out for Leo Leon on the Juliet. My hunch is that Juliet probably banned.
If Zealot was, if they were doing their homework and watching the stream, that would be my ban as well. Granted, the Leo Asher is scary as well, but we get to hop into this game and find out factual what is going to be played here. It looks like Asher did remain unbanned. Don't see any Juliet pick yet. We see the Estelle as token for Kane University, and now we have the Ashers. So near mirror. This is interesting. I think this is the first forward Kai we've seen, at least since we started casting. Again, I was playing solo queue during the first start of the tournament.
You weren't watching the whole thing the whole entire time?
I was listening to the whole thing the whole entire time.
You were listening, but you
my
weren't
fellow
watching.
Casters, man.
That you weren't supporting them 100% then. Nah, I'm just kidding. I was busy, so I wasn't watching either. So we're both accountable.
We know what teams will do now. Atomic Clock. Yep. That's the strike passive up, and Lewis is not able to find the angle to get that away from Asher. A lot of the times, you need an angle actually like back towards your goal and down or up to clear it, and that just wasn't an option. It could be a very scary one, even when it is.
Yep. Atomic Chronic and Leo Leon, though, training a little bit of blows, but Atomic Chronic gets the power orb for himself, looking for the power arc again to walk it in. Rest X, though, trying to back him up. Atomic Chronic now is going to be staggered. Won't be able to get the power orb there, but uses the wall looking for the kill, but won't be able to get it. Now, Gilberto trying to get the ball away from the goal here. Can't pass it rest X, but no!
Another
Leon.
great angle shot from Leo. Yeah. I was worried there for a second because I think I said this earlier in the tournament that you don't always want to put someone on stagger unless you're looking for the kill to close them. And that wasn't what they were doing. They got them on stagger and they were able to heal up Atomic Clock, that is. And they weren't able to get value off of that. But Atomic Clock still hung back and Leo was able to find the goal angle. But that was could have been cleaner. You gotta watch out.
Stagger again, but won't be able to get it. So Chronic will now be looking to heal up. Looks for the shot, won't be able to get it. Luis is right dead center of the net, will be able to defend that. Rastax now going to be passing it to himself, trying to get it away from Leon, but Leon is able to get it back. He's going to be looking to get that score, but won't be able to get it. Rastax now going to be looking to see is he able to do anything. Uses the skill shot as a little bit of a poke, but no, we'll get denied twice.
Caught in the log throw. Yeah, this is a typical goalie moment. It happens to me all the time.
Happens
Completely understandable. Even sometimes if you're like throwing that log down, you're like, oh, let me cover like the shot down. And it just comes out slow, and you're like, what the heck? Why did I even do that? Man? It just happens.
Yeah. Sometimes there's just so many angles you have to prepare for, and Luis, unfortunately, was not ready for all of them. And there's only so much you can do at the end of the day. Silver Wall, though, going to be coming out pretty long cooldown on that one. Log will not be able to defend that one, and compared to now, on both cooldowns, well, a little bit scary here, but should be fine. Atomic Chronic
does catch it with the somersault on the very edge there. Is able to get the save.
Body slam to stop the core again. Now Luis passing it down to Leon, but Restax intercepts. By Chronic staggered, but not down yet. Now, oh, gets the kill again. I think that was a log this time around. As Estelle, though, going to be looking to score this one in. Restax almost going to be up here. Atomic Chronic now going to be up. Gets poked a little bit. Restax, though, almost looking down. Gets the orb. Leon now.
Cool down to close that goal. Yeah, Restax is doing a great job there while down a teammate. It's exactly what you want to do as Kai. Kai's best value is just keeping the core on one side of the map. Just kind of solo by yourself. You have so much move speed, especially when you have crossover. So he has stacks as well. He's not going into two brawlers. I think this is the first time we've seen stacks on stacks. The more times you hit the core or an opponent, you build up stacks, and at max stacks, you get the move speed buff. But he loses them here to the Crystal Thorns. Oh,
Answer quest
Atomic Clock. Yeah, getting the goal there.
As soon as he brought it up, he lost all the stacks. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I talked about him. Yeah.
You talked about it. Sometimes
you'll get him back.
You'll get him.
That's why it's rapid fire. You just keep throwing the barrage. Look, he's already got like 4.
Out of 100.
Out of 100. You'll get him.
You'll get him eventually. I don't think he'll hit 100 again before the game ends, but I'm up.
No, he will. He will. I mean, unless they just win. I think if they win, maybe not.
Yeah, that's what I meant. They win, right?
I could say that as a caster. When they win, and someone wins. I'm not. I think Zealot's just gonna win this. I don't think there's anything Kane can do about it. Sorry.
Leon may have something to say about that one. Atomic Chronic, though, is going to be healing up that damage he just lost.
But it was a little too high. Yeah.
Almost gets it, but just... You'll get it eventually. Atomic Chronic, though, will be taking down Leon. Leon is still now left all by her alone. Something to try to defend this one. Restax, though, you don't have to score. You can stall it as well. You don't feel pressure.
Oh, my goodness, what a save.
Wow.
There's 15 seconds left. Estelle doesn't get the piercing shot goal there. It was just a little bit off.
10 seconds. Atomic Chronic looking to close this one now, and that's going to get 8 seconds.
Yeah, 8 seconds left, and you need 2 goals.
Nope. Zealot Strikers are getting it. That's why I said he's not going to get 100 stacks. He's at 94. It's because they're going to win.
There's no way still might get 100 stacks.
He's not.
I'm watching.
I'm literally watching.
Yeah, that's what he's going for now. 98?
It's still not 100. Oh.
That's 100. Wait. Look.
No! Wait, that doesn't
I'm right.
Count. No way. That doesn't count. I swear.
That last
It's a 98 on my screen. It's 98 on my screen, okay?
Oh, okay.
It's correct. Either way, Zealot Strikers, dominant 4-1 victory there. It was looking a little bit close for a second, but Kane University unfortunately could not catch up with the Rest X Atomic Chronic combo.
You know what?
We're going to go right into game number 2.
I'm sorry. I think I was holding that waiting for players' screen because I was still looking at the last one, so I didn't load in. But I don't know if that's how that works. I'm just making. making stuff up. But
We can just blame you. It's okay.
yeah, it's okay. Yeah, you can blame me. I'm a goalie player. That's what I'm for.
That's true.
And well, actually, I'm a flex, but I don't know. I just get goalie in every tournament I just play in nowadays. But anyway, I was gonna say about the Sky pick. I think it was really interesting bringing it out on funnel specifically because it is a lot harder for a goalie to clear along the top wall. You hit the core straight up, hits off the 45, and rides at the very edge of that top or bottom wall for the whole, expanse that it goes. But on funnel, it is a lot harder to set that up because you need to be farther forward because of the way the map is set up. And I think Kai can actually take a lot more aggressive plays just because it's so harder to get the core past him and threaten a KO on him by sending it along the wall like that.
Oh my god, Restex.
But he doesn't even care on this map. The core is still
passing
remaining in the center. Yeah, the passes are still coming. I think that's what you really need to do here. I think if you're Kane, you need, even though you're not running brawlers per se now, want them to be along the wall. So your clears should be as close to the wall as possible. There you go. Leo just playing Asher, getting the goal there. But the reason being for the core along the wall is that Estelle or Asher can close a kill on anyone that walks too close to the wall. So just putting the core there should be a lot more valuable, and then they will have to commit cooldowns if they really want to get it off the wall without dying.
Still for granted though, Restex playing really fearless. He's not afraid of the Estelle or Asher at all. He's
truly not. He's bringing the stacks and stacks again.
No fear at all. And again, that goes kind of show that the Bruces are out of the equation, and Restex just has a lot more room to play with himself. Dodges the wall, and gets the perfect pass into Atomic Chronic's arms. That was
what
sick.
What a passing play.
What a
textbook.
Woo! They're running circles. They're celebrating the football.
Touchdown.
Touchdown, yeah.
I'm not always a fan of seeing cooldowns committed to the core at the start. The Giga Blast thrown into there.
But hey,
if it works, just getting the core down on their side is exactly what Zealot wants here. Oh, see what happens. The core's on your side. Yeah, Cuberto. The somersault a little too slow.
Unfortunate there, but you can't ever sleep on Estelle. She's always gonna find a way. Restex just pinpointing where the goal was. You gotta defend there.
Yeah, I think Huberto is just getting really comfortable with Restex and Atomic, playing really good midfield and keeping the core down on Kane's side for so long. He just got comfortable and used to it, and now the core's actually down over there. Yeah, the core is moving really fast. See, the core is still mostly remaining on Kane's side. Now they do have like a good push, but unfortunately, the Tofu Fortress is gonna just absolutely demolish Leo right there, and they're gonna stuff that into the net on the top side.
That was my Tofu wall versus your enemy's Tofu wall.
Yeah, we have Tofu wall at home. It's just like the
Tofu
one where the whole middle is gone.
Yeah, whole wall has gone, scores into, and the one single Tofu that's left scores into your goal.
Yeah.
Their Tofu? Why does their Tofu get a KO and my Tofu gets my own scores on my own team? It's just not fair. Anyways, Restex again, 100 stacks, playing so fast. He's very speedy. Atomic Chronic here. Gonna be low again, but not really threatened. Again, there's not a lot of kill pressure, and scores it in thanks to the wall.
Now we're talking. So yeah, that Asher play was very smart. You see this happen usually with the eras, the path splitter, literally splitting Lewis's path to the core there, and the core is able to sneak in underneath, and Atomic Chronic able to get that goal. Sorry, I've been researching a lot of quantum physics recently.
No worries.
On the line.
Alec's down, so you don't have to worry about that for a couple of seconds. But either way,
no, this is how it ends.
You can't sleep.
What a Giga Blast snipe!
Bow! Look at him, MVP, just like that. Restex, he's got the Kai. He's going. That's why he was playing the Drekar. He was probably banned.
Yeah, putting Kane to rest though. The 5-2 victory and the 4-1 before.
Kane University. Great try. Honestly, they did the best.
Top 4 though, right?
Yeah,
3?
It is top 4.
4. Congrats on top 4, Kane University. Honestly, with the there's a tournament coming up for collegiate stuff in November. So I do look out for Kane in the future. They will, I'm sure, will participate in that. As you can see, Leo's Asher probably going to be there in the Juliet. He's going to get all those goals. I wonder if this is the team that they'll bring out, or if this is who they could find. But this is a pretty solid team, to be honest. So I would expect them to do pretty well. It only goes up from here.
Oh yeah, definitely. And again, this is Striker Saturday #1, right? This applies to there will be more, unless there are no more. But I'm hoping there are more.
Really.
And there better more.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah. You know what? I will not.
I don't want to host this show no more.
is immediately bored and just stops. Either way, we're at our losers finals, or the lower bracket finals, however you want to do it. You want to be a little bit more pessimistic than me, then go for it, call it whatever. But it's going to be the lower bracket finals here. We are taking on Stout Strikers versus the Zealot Strikers. There are a lot of strikers here in this tournament.
There are a lot of strikers in the Omega Strikers tournament.
Strikers. Yeah. Well,
there's 3
strikers.
At least.
Yeah, there are at least 3 strikers.
Zealot, Stout. Is that it?
No, that's it. That's literally it.
Oh, we never got to see any big booty beaches, so I think that's what I'm most upset about.
Oh.
They promptly OT themselves. Well, we don't get to see them.
Oh no!
You guys gotta get practice.
You gotta show some
next week.
All right, lower bracket finals here. We got ourselves Zealot Strikers taking on the Stout Strikers, and my hunch, Dubu got banned.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption.
Yeah.
Dubu ban is actually, I think, pretty good if you just have more goalies in the pocket. A lot of people will get very comfortable on Dubu and think they only need to play it. Dubu is my ban in solo queue, and I think it's gotten me a lot of wins.
And your name is Hamster Quest.
And my name is Hamster Quest. Yeah, I'm not partial. I just want my LP, man.
We're right on it. Bets up already, getting the first kill with the Asher and User Wet. Again, playing so
that was so good. Good cooldown usage in Cuberto. Unfortunately, not as good cooldown usage with the Expanse there coming out late again.
Yep. Sometimes all it takes is if you're playing Dubu for the whole tournament and you get yourself onto something you maybe not be
warm up on one of these early
score
attempts. Yeah.
Yeah, and User Wet right now playing Estelle aggressively again. User Wet was that Estelle was consistently finding crazy angles to get back in. UMC on the sky right now, looking for that run back against Megaverse, maybe in the upper bracket final. But here we are, right on the lower bracket here. Bent up again on this Asher, applying so much pressure. Rest X trying to pass it himself, but not playing as confidently as he was before. KO'd again, and there is no stacks to be stacked here, as Rest X is getting pressured so much.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I guess he's felt comfortable against Kane, bringing the stacks and stacks. Okay, Atomic just getting that goal there. Easy peasy. Well done.
Walks in one more time.
Which part? No, I'm gonna talk about Rest stacks. I'm still saying against Asher and Estelle, it is risky to bring this, but I think the difference we're seeing now that we didn't see in Kane is UMC is on the Kai, and I don't know if you noticed, but he was focusing a lot of the damage over there on his Kai mirror. The Giga Blast opened that fight and was able to eventually get closed into a kill and then a goal by Bent Up. So they're really on top of this, playing the long game, or at least the long round.
It is definitely going to be a long one if Restex can't really catch up. He's just getting constantly poked. Like, User Wet is constantly just, whenever he's using his skills, he's also, managing to hit Restex as well, which is pretty neat here. And Bent Up, just playing the facilitator, just playing the, the enforcer. If you're out of position and he finds you against a wall, you're done.
Yeah, Zealot now getting aggressive here because Stout Strikers have used a lot of their cooldowns here. Atomic is trying to close this in. UMC just couldn't get it off these walls and cleared to an angle he wanted to. Just right back into Atomic every single time. He was able to close that goal.
Two sides of the same coin. We got one Asher constantly making sure that Rest X is not able to catch up and level down. Bent Up is playing that aggressive, but we also got Atomic Chronic, who's right now looking to score, using that pressure right onto Rest X right now. They're not really as focused on Atomic Chronic, and he's kind of free to kind of do whatever he wants. So, that's going to be something to think about as Zealot Strikers 3 for them. Now they're in the lead. Atomic Chronic.
Yeah. That was tough. Yeah. To deal with that as goalie, I can't stress it enough. deal against an Asher, especially as Kai. Like the amount of patience, the amount of precision you need, and the most unintuitive clears you need to be able to perform in order to actually get it out of the way and get it back to your forwards. Especially the ones where Asher's walking in front of you and you don't want to do anything like put it closer to your net. Wow, good save. But that's some of the angles you need to take. Like here needs to be cleared down. He gets it. That one's a bit more intuitive, but sometimes Asher gets even closer, and that gets even scary to do because like, oh no, why does she jump? So you just can't send it back into them though.
Yeah, definitely. But now Bentop, look at how close he's playing to the net. Long user wet. They really want to get this, but the Atlas is going to be able to put up some walls to stop that. So Iconic really, really low. Will get knocked out. And now,
ooh, the double KO. They're trying to set up a passing play. They need to get out these cooldowns from the Atlas. They only got the primary, and now not enough time. Okay, well, they got both the defensive cooldowns out of Atlas. If they can get the core back down to that side in the next few seconds, they actually will have a pretty good advantage to score.
What?
So now, yep, here it is. Okay, there you go.
Yep, and that's going to be
expanse down.
Meant up and user wet. They find opportunity, they will take it. 3-3. This is close. One more and match point.
Close. Yeah, 1 minute left. Now this clears UMC. Trying to get the Giga Blast to get it down, but User Wet is going to clear that out. Notice how well User Wet is winning the midfield right now. A lot of these strikes are coming out second. This is clean possession from Stout Strikers here.
Yep, and over on the other side here, User Wet and UNC, they're just slowly poking
Giga
down.
Blast, they're crazy.
Atomic, yeah, and now bent up, looking for the goal, but Bertha won't let him have it just yet. 30 seconds on the clock until we go into overtime here. Neither team is 2 up, so we will not get the timer scam here, but User Wet missing both skills actually. Kind of uncharacteristic, and will lose the core here, but Bentop now going to be going back into him, and the snipe from User Wet with the primary will allow him to get 4. 3-4. They need one more to win, but if Zealot Striker scores one more, we are going to overtime.
Yeah, these stealth trainings are actually pretty interesting. Oh my goodness.
Okay, no overtime.
See
nothing.
the
Okay,
speed from crossover. It's not entirely usual to bring crossover on a Stel. People thought in the past that things like Rapid Fire, Stinger, and Prime Time would be great, especially if you have a brawler on your team, just to build up the damage. But of course, with the Asher there, it looks like he's going for a totally just like goal pressure build, right? You can still kill people that are near the edge, but it's a lot harder to just build up the damage. But the that other training, what is it called? The one where it does more damage on range. I got it. Ultra Scope.
Ultra Scope. Nope. There you go.
Yes, Ultra Scope. That is key on a Stel for multiple reasons. A, you can just kill people with them being further away from the walls. Very good. And the other thing is it's so much easier to get goals. I don't think we saw any of them that happened this time, but if the goalie is about to strike it and you hit both the core and the goalie and you have Ultra Scope on with the Estelle primary with the piercing shot, then they won't get an opportunity to strike it again after you hit them. If you don't have that training up, there's a chance if the core isn't going quite fast enough that they can just strike it again after being hit by that.
Well, fortunately, User Wet is going to be taking the Rapid Fire, Missile Prop, and Super Surge, actually. So switching out the crossover.
Yeah, that is interesting. I have seen a few people running the Super Surge. Makes you jump super far, but I guess it's honestly a pretty good mix-up against goalies that think that they've got you beat, and then you just jump super far. where you cleared it to and just hit it back into you.
Okay, Resex really wanted to get that goal, but UMC was not letting you have it, and they were both just exchanging strikes back and forth. And Bent's up again, denying
the angle.
Yep, it's gonna slide right in.
It's so interesting to see this game and break it down because Stout is, I think, playing just like kind of better macro Omega Strikers. I like a lot what they're doing. And their micro that has to deal with possession is really good. I think they're kind of on top of most of the gameplay, but it's Zealot that sees the value in some of these situations and are more consistently just getting it. Like the kills where I didn't think they were gonna get it, and but they make that kill consistent, or they make that goal consistent, especially goals that their Asher is able to do.
Sometimes you just gotta walk up at him and you just gotta prove that you can score here. And RestX right now does get the rescue here, so he's able to stay up for a little bit longer. Is slowly getting those stacks here, but the wall coming out for Bent Up is gonna be able to score.
Yeah, as Atlas, that's a pretty difficult one. A lot of the time you'll feel pretty safe to throw out your Cosmic Expanse, kind of wherever you're like, this stops the stuff. And then what if she still has possession after it's gone? So like sometimes you have to really be just so calculated in the place where you place the Cosmic Expanse to try to get it to clear the core for you, as well as just keep it out, right? If it's too high up, then maybe it pushes it back down. Maybe you need to place it lower, stuff like that.
Oh, great wall. Yeah, well, speaking of which, Bent Up is spawning as many bent walls as possible into side street. You gotta be careful always whenever you're walking to side street. That just leaves you vulnerable to get taken out. And again, Bent Up 2 in a row onto Atomic. He's the one that's scoring the most. And now him down, it's all up to RestX, but he's also gonna be staggered here. The rescue is available if he wants to take him. But Bent Up again, looking for the kill.
Wow,
Will get it.
at the very tail end, the Celestial Intervention does save RestX and his precious stacks. So he's able to keep the speed, bring it down to the other side. UMC looking in a scary position, but it does get cleared by nature of just how fast the score is going. They're able to clear it back out. Playing for the bottom orb, and there's the Super Surge jump from User Wet getting that goal.
It's really cool too, because now it's like you got to be on your toes, because you're expecting, right, Estelle to play in one certain way. You were talking about it with the Ultra Scope, but now with the jump being a lot stronger here,
I think it comes out even faster too. So the TP, you just instantly basically TP there. It's crazy.
And it's like, it's a micro adjustment, right? It's something that you're not used to if you think about it, right?
But,
it goes straight in. Unfortunate.
I don't know what it is, but just as a goalie, that just felt so familiar. Like you're in position to get the core, and you kind of dance around it, and then you're like, why did I do? And I don't get it. I need to perform like some neuro exams on goalies. This happens too, so I can figure out and fix it myself.
The wall, unfortunately, though, from Bent Up is gonna cause is actually gonna help Cuberto defend here. Meanwhile, UMC,
the Giga Blast UMC
makes up for it.
God.
Yep.
These ultimates have been so precise and just so perfect. Mostly at the KOs, but they're the core angle onto the net was so perfect.
It's totally fine that UMC let that last goal go in. He gets one back to make up for it. Again, side street. You always got to be so careful, but the rescue is available for Atomic Chronic to be back on the map there, but not for long here. Now, Atomic Chronic now score once more. There's a TP converge. RestX super low. It's on the side street. He's got to get taken down. He's a wet passing it up, and there's the Mary from UMC.
Just trying to get it down to the other side right now. Cosmic Expanse should be back up. There it is, casted. Bent Up is trying to still close the goal without it. Now that it's down again, jumps back. Not sure what for. They're trying to keep the pressure over here. They are going to lose possession. RestX is back up and speedy despite not having the stacks. And there's Atomic goal again.
Unfortunately, with Kai, right, if you don't have your movement, if you don't have your speed up, right, sometimes those long corners, you're not going to be able to take, you're not going to be able to defend it. You don't have things like the wall from Dubit or the, or the body slam to stop the core, and you don't have anything to really close the difference.
Ways.
Yeah.
Wow, and this is just going to roll on in.
Speaking of which, it just goes right back in. Game's not over yet, even though the timer is low. Okay, we said it last time. We're probably going to go to overtime one more time, but we've seen the freak scores before from the Stout Strikers. Can they do it again? The answer is no, and we are in overtime.
Oh, that death happened right before the overtime timer. So even though that was a trade, Bent Up is going to be gone longer than
11 seconds.
So see RestX back up. They're going to try to get a goal here in the small time, and they're able to do it. UMC no hope of clearing. Great
power arc there from the Atomic Asher right there. I had to think about it for some reason, but denies UMC from doing anything. He's caught his hit stun and he's able to defend it. And now we're in overtime. Now we're in overtime purgatory. This is going to go as long as we need it, but no! Bent Up instead is just going to go ahead and score right after a quick KO on the RestX.
Yeah, with overtime, the core speed being so much faster, you're gonna see actually a pretty big advantage over on the side of on Stout Strikers here because Atlas moves so slow.
Oh no!
And the core moving so fast is gonna make it so much easier to score, and UMC is actually gonna get a lot more value off playing Kai here.
Doesn't get it. Stek's not going to be able to get the core there. Now he gets taken down by UMC. 4 KOs from this guy so far. Bets up almost scoring it in, but this core is so fast. Passes it up, clears it down. So now looking to see if he can stall for any longer. Bents up again now. Going to be able to get the core for himself. Stek tries to get the snipe. Topic now going to get staggered. What a wait. There's the jump again. He's down one more time. All he needs is one more. Bents up, gets it in.
Yeah, this is just Atlas in overtime is so hard to play. You have to be so predictive of what's going to happen in order to cast all your freaking slow spells.
Man, and you have to... okay, South Strikers, they played that like nearly perfectly, right? They had the right idea. They knew who they wanted to play. They had a game plan, right? They wanted to focus the Kai, deny his stacks and whatnot, but Zealot, Zealot Strikers, they had a lot of heart. They had a lot, even though the odds were against them, they found ways to catch the Stout Strikers off guard. They found ways to get back into the game, and even though, Stout Strikers are playing quite well, at the end of the day, everyone makes mistakes, and Zealot Strikers able to capitalize on some of them. But Stout Strikers, they find themselves back up into the into the grand finals. Coming from losers, I do believe they have to do too. They need to force a reset on the bracket. I could be wrong. Or is it just the best 3? So you could correct me.
Yeah. There is a reset. Okay, so honestly, glad to see it. It's a very, very... This makes it a professional thing. It's very, very real when there's a bracket reset. We're playing it by the book.
Very real.
A lot of tournaments will just forego the bracket reset. They're like, I don't want to be here that long. But here it's available. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, well played from Zillet though. I honestly wasn't expecting a team to perform this well against Stout Strikers. Other than I was expecting like maybe Kane to pull it off, and it looked like Zealot was actually doing better than Kane was. Not to say anything bad about Kane. They performed very well as well, but just like a lot of the time, this is kind of like a solo queue thing. Is like how many names do you recognize in the other teams? Specifically, like how many are playtesters? Like who's had like the most time to practice? And I didn't really remember most people on Zealot if I've been in queue with them, or if they're really super high on ladder, but they made it look like that was such a close game against Stout's Strikers. Of course, we went to overtime, so it was only a win by 2. And so that I'd be very proud of that. I think this is a team definitely to look out for in future weeks.
Yeah, definitely. And the great thing about it is that, even though there might be a little bit of rank disparity, or maybe they haven't played as much, there's still a lot of opportunities to improve, get better, and really hone your craft here. Again, there are going to be multiple Striker Saturdays, but we are in our grand finals. On the left side, we got ourselves the Laughing Kings. On the right side, we got the Stout Strikers. So looking for that run back, and it's a mirror match once more. Bent Up going to be using the special, but Griffin at the same time is going to be looking for the KO. No, Bent Up will get it first. And Megaverse going to be stalling a little bit as user went. And Dixon.
Okay, so
got 3 kills.
Getting back to even strength. User Wet is going to lose that orb, but wow, what a kill. Honestly, these Rose Warps from User Wet have been very good. It's not the Super Surge one this time. He has brought Stinger Rapid Fire Prime Time, so this is more of the OG Estelle. He's looking to really help Bent Up get their kills. Wow,
oh my gosh.
The X's trade, but unfortunately, User Wet does not trade with his fellow Estelle on the other side, and now there's an open net. User Wet trying to jump high. Does get the save with a strike, missed the primary, but that was so scary. But it looks like they are able to keep this game at 0-0. Bent Up walking down the other side, does get this core, the orb here.
Yeah,
pretty even. It's pretty even in levels and forwards. Bent Up getting a good amount of XP from that KO right there. User Wet was trying to buy time for the cooldowns, and wow, what a pass to an angled shot from Bent Up.
South Strikers right now, they are on the lower bracket run here, and they are warmed up. Fortunately for Laugh Kings, they have to watch. Their hands are cold. They're not ready yet. They're not ready for these hands. And on the other side, South Strikers right now giving them a run for their money. Pent Up now is the aggressor, punching Griffin and Dixon down the wall.
Here's the, again, what I was mentioning earlier, putting someone on stagger. Look at how Griffin's health is about to be just fine, and Bent Up is still damaged. So he still threw the last bits of his X ult to Griffin, and now that's kind of bit him in the butt here. Now Dixon's health, that's where you want it. So you're ready to get the KO whenever it's ready. But honestly, I guess none of that play mattered when UMC Giga Blasts are present. You just get a goal.
Yeah, you know, Dixon's health, maybe that's where you wanted it, but that core was what UMC wanted.
Where you really wanted it.
That's where you, that's what you really wanted at the end of the day. You want to hit that core in, and UMC now going to be passing it on over to Bent Up. He goes for the windup. Won't be able to hit the core here. Griffin, though, looking for the ultimate. Won't be able to get it, but they're trading ultimates, but Griffin will win that exchange. User Wet, though, going to be looking for that speed with the primary. UMC now going to be passing it up, but Dixon is going to get his hands on the core here. Looking for the score, but denied by UMC. Bent Up now back into picture, and User Wet looking really low. Almost gets taken down by Dixon, but won't be enough.
Yeah, User Wet's going to heal off the stagger. He's not going to get pressure to kill. Now, Bent Up, learning from his mistakes, put Dixon really low. Griffin, unfortunately, got the orb, though, so he's going to go down here.
No.
Now a shot attempt. UMC able to clear it up high, and now User Wet clearing that even further, trying to buy more time. There's only one more second remaining for Bent Up to come back up. UMC is able to defend it just fine. Griffin is going to steal that orb, though, but Bent Up is trying to get the strike buff from the goal arc to get the kill on Griffin, who narrowly escapes it. May get the kill, but the peel from UMC is on point. They are able to be living at the moment.
Yeah, the action's not stopping either way. This is a long exchange here between both teams now, but numbers of advantage are going to be going to the Stout Strikers. User Wet now going to be passing it to himself and looking to clear down, but Megaverse barely tags it with his primary, but now that's going to be the Laughing Kings with the numbers advantage. No Bent Up for now. User Wet, though, doing his best to kind of shoot it in, but won't get the angle. It's blocked by the 45, and now look at this. Griffin now going to be denying the power orb here. Megaverse going to be passing it over to his team, but no, Griffin now going to get taken down. We just need one more score on the side of Stout Strikers.
There's only 37 seconds left. Megaverse is on stagger. He's killable. User Wet wants the kill, and there finds it to stop the save. Stout Strikers looking like they may win this game. There's still 30 seconds. All it takes is 2 more goals in that time. It could happen, but let's see how they're going to play this out in order to keep that advantage.
Laughing Kings have not lost a single game this whole entire tournament. This first one could be coming onto the side.
Goodness.
No way! Right as I was trying to downplay their efforts, they proved me wrong and shut me up. Laughing Kings, they got to score 2 more. 1 more if they want to go into overtime. 2 more if they want a chance.
Play. That was so huge. They just really picked up the controller here. Like, I was playing blindfolded this whole match. They would promptly get a double kill and a goal.
Oh, no.
Look at this pressure. They're stuck in the net. Oh, the strike buff. It really happened. They really got 2 goals in 20 seconds. They didn't even need the full 30.
You have to feel for Stout Strikers. They were off. They had to be hyped. They had to be excited. They were up 3-0. But in the span of 10 seconds, Laughing King scored 2 in a row, and now they're going to overtime.
Griffin getting low here, but heals right after getting staggered. Here, Bent Up might get aggressive.
UMC's
Wow,
down.
Dixon finds the kill? No! Bent Up finds the goal!
And that's Laughing King's first loss this whole tournament. User Wet,
No way.
where it looked like Laughing Kings was about to bring it back. User Wet gets the snipe, gets the angle, the 45-degree bounce right under Megaverse's nose. And Stout Strikers are up 1 game. What more are they?
That was pretty well played. I think I love this. Pop-off's so huge, Saya's PC died. So stream is absolutely freaking out. Chat's freaking out. The players freaking out. The cast's freaking out. That was just such a game-breaking win.
Yeah, well, hopefully we can get ourselves back into the game quite shortly here. But yeah, that was insane, honestly.
Yeah, true. And I don't think we can drop the stream to Discord if you want again, just to save some CPU.
Yeah.
Do you want to pull that? We're gonna find some way to scrap the resources to pull through and keep the game and the stream up and running for you guys.
Yep.
That we're not missing out on any of the on the hype moments. It looks like we are in a stable state at the moment.
Yep. And you know, we'll be back for this next upcoming game. We apologize, folks, but there's one thing that I am excited for. That was a banger round.
True. Yeah, we are quite glad that it died after the game instead of during. So at least we got to see all of that just fine. But yeah, going into this next round, I wonder if any of the bans or the picks will change. Honestly, Estelle and X on the forwards are most of those players' comfortable picks. As far as I know, they do obviously play a lot more of the striker roster, but I think we're gonna continue to see that, and unless there's gonna be a Kai ban, and I don't think they'll do that because I'm pretty sure they already tried that in the past. And Megaverse has showed that this dude was just fine.
Yeah. I think right now, though, as a little bit of an update, unfortunately, due to the PC dying, we did miss the queue, I think, to the second game. So I think they're currently playing it out.
No way.
Yeah. But it's.
Oh.
Oh, no,
Okay.
no. They're not. They're
Okay,
they're
we're
just
good. We're
doing
good.
it quick.
We're
Yeah, they're quickly
don't
resetting.
worry.
Okay, never mind. Don't worry. Never mind. Never mind.
October Fools.
October Fools.
We will be getting footage of this game. And if we don't, we'll tell them to int and requeue.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you to Laughing Kings and Stop Strikers for the quick reset there. We appreciate them greatly. And now we're going to be looking to get back into game here. And folks, quite shortly, we're going to see how this game 2 is going to work out. Yep. Striker Saturdays, folks. Gotta keep your edge on the seat.
Gotta keep your edge on your seat. That's it's genius.
On the edge of your seat. Okay.
Because they were never let them know your next move. They're expecting to be on the edge of their seats, but their seats are on the edge of them. I don't even know. Okay, so it's a mirror match.
You're I'm just gonna look at game number 2. Game number 2 here, folks. So far, Stout Strikers are in the lead unexpectedly, and Laughing Kings right now looking to make sure that the reset is not gonna happen here. But Benta Party getting that first kill with the special. You're slowly walking the ball in.
He couldn't quite get it through him. I mean, that was the right play. He might have been able to wait a little bit longer, right? Because if the core is going in the direction you want it to, you don't have to touch it, and you just strike second. But honestly, with it getting that close, you have to still be able to react to second strike, or else you just won't touch it at all. So honestly, good play. They are going to trade X's here.
Yep.
It's like the bottom orb is lost to
on the upper side street, and Griffin and Bentsup are both going to be back. Megaverse is just stalling for time, waiting for his cooldowns here. Really smart play, and Dixon gets the quick kill.
Very smart play from Laughing Kings up here. Their forwards getting that kill there, playing patiently. Fortunately, one of them will go down here. Userwet's looking for a goal attempt. Bentup is in the right position, but a little too high in order to score on the lower part of the goal there. They're going to have to back up. They're down on cooldowns. It's actually good zoning right here. Griffin might be looking to get a kill, but I think Bentup still has his ult if they get too close to the goal arc. They will have to share this orb. Userwet not going to be able to get that. So he can heal off the stagger so far, but Bentup...
Griffin with the ultimate. He's going to get taken down.
Has the ult at the higher health, so Griffin is going to get better value off of that. And there's Dixon Rose Warp goal.
Trying to stop the momentum from the side of Stout Strikers. They got to feel really good about being able to get that first dub over Laughing Kings. But Laughing Kings right now, they are first seed for the reason. They are in the winner side for a reason. And they're proving that right now. And so far, they're looking a lot more coordinated. They're warmed up and they're hungry and they're ready to go. They were passing it up.
The big thing. They warmed up into this match last time. There's a a few goofy mistakes there that cost a few goals. I guess not anticipating some of these big Giga Blasts, even though the core is going fast, just being in the right place, just as a standard positioning thing can prevent some of these goals. And wow, what a strike from Griffin.
Yep. Smacks it in and shows no mercy, and just like that, Griffin now 2 scores onto the side of Laughing Kings. Going for the third relay here, and Megaverse right now going to be passing it up. Goes into the upper side street as Griffin. Going to be looking to play in the midfield, looking to zone a little bit as UserWet's trying to get some levels for himself. But Dixon will get that power orb, does have that prime time. So he's going to be looking for that double primary at some point. But now, Bentup and Griffin exchanging ultimates here and there. But
yeah, we haven't talked too much about the orbs today, but yeah, the power orb is the one that makes you deal more damage. So when you pick that up, I forget by exactly how much, but
well, a lot of damage being done regardless.
Yeah, that is happening.
KO is happening. Back and forth here. Megaverse right now going to be passing it down, going for the clear, but UMC is able to get that one for him. So Griffin knocking it back and now popping the ultimate. Does have more HP here, but Bentup is going to be looking to respond. And Griffin and Bentup both going to be really low. He gets the power
Bentup
orb.
cheeky on the orb. He had to give it up. He had to walk back and bait the jump in order to not die. But now Griffin's going to get that goal afterwards. UMC not able to clear it. Absolutely well played from Laughing Kings.
Really well played there from Laughing Kings here. Now, they're trying to just rewrite history here. That last game doesn't matter, right? They are pissed. They are hungry, and they want to prove people and show you why they are the top seed coming into this one. And so far, Megaverse did a great job again defending, but unfortunately, Bentup is going to be able to get that kill. Almost
good strike, very patient. Yeah, from Megaverse, he is known for his goal. He is able to perform right now despite being down 1 while that happened. Now Bentup is on the staggered state. Griffin might not have cooldowns to kill it though. Tries to get it with a bull rush, but there the bell ringer is gonna get that kill. Megaverse has some time here, but has to deal with
it's a double KO?
Not for long. And they get the triple KO. UMC going down. It's up to Bentup, the ex-goalie. Oh, he's able to clear it just to buy enough time. Wow, that was a really good angle, but a better save from Megaverse, able to keep that in play. And there, that Dixon shot will cause the goal. It is 4-0 with 9 seconds left.
They just need to score 3 in a row.
Yeah, yeah, obviously, every 3 seconds.
Yeah. And here's one. Never mind. Well, all I can say here is that even though a series of unfortunate events may have just occurred for South Strikers, Laughing Kings, they are back. They are warmed up and ready to go. That's a 4-0 sweep. We are tied up. Set point, tournament point here for Laughing Kings. They're just going to need one more game, and they are your Striker Saturday #1 winners.
I'm going to correct myself from, I don't know, maybe about an hour ago I said UserWet was on UCLA. That was an entirely different team. That is not the collegiate team I think he's on.
Remember the talk we had earlier, Hamster Quest? You gotta own it.
I am owning my fix.
You're owning your fix.
I owned the lie, and
You're
then
humble.
I said I changed my mind.
I don't think it's a change your mind. I think that's a correction. You can't just change your mind and say, "Oh, UserWet actually doesn't go."
Yeah, I changed my mind.
That's how it works. Just that easy.
Yeah. If you just don't like someone's objective truth, just reject their reality and substitute your own. It's as simple as that.
You are the top dog here for the reason.
That's the truth.
Yep, that is the truth. Either way,
off of this match.
Game #3.
Yeah, UMC gonna start that off with a Giga Blast, push it down to Megaverse's side. Griffin's gonna get that first orb. That's the one thing about side streets is these orbs spawn asymmetrically. So honestly, South Strikers at a little bit of a disadvantage on that first orb spawning on Laughing King's side. But now they get their turn on their bottom left, but they're not gonna be able to get it. Griffin's gonna zone that out. The XP is starting to trickle down to the XP pools, I suppose, of Laughing Kings here. Dixon gonna get a little bit low. Kill not closed. UserWet is in that percentage that is in the danger zone. He's gonna pick up that goalie orb though. Very generous from UMC to donate that to the cause. Bent up, not able to pick up the gold there. Again, now he is getting low. He's going to have to rotate back. Maybe even pick up this goalie orb as well. This is good rotations from Stout. I'm liking that.
Yeah, definitely. And, Stout right now, they were able to get 1 kill thanks to
so far
a great stagger from Bentup. He does have the boxing gloves. He is punching. He is hurting here. Bentup right now, got to be looking to continue, but Griffin has other ideas. He pops his special. We'll be able to get that 1 trade. Yep.
Yep, UMC is going to try to stall this. He hits it down. He wants to play the bottom street because it's just kind of easier, less angles to worry about, and especially get the ult Giga Blast angle for the kill. Absolutely patient. Well played from UMC to convert this into an advantage for Stout.
Yeah, Bentup though, got to be looking to get some power orbs for himself, looking to catch up a little bit. He does have a little bit of a level disadvantage here, but Griffin again, got to be punished a tiny bit, but does have that little wall, thankfully, but is at that low stagger point again, and Dixon,
wow.
He's out of there.
Slowly slip off the edge. It's always so funny to see when it doesn't look like they, or it's questionable whether they'll fall off or not, and then they do.
Yeah, UMC here still playing to that bottom street. It's just a little bit easier for him, and Bentup got to be covering his top side. I'm looking, the little adjustments their Star Strikers are doing. They're putting up a good defense so far, but Megaverse again, going to be passing it up this time, and now Bentup is looking for the special, but won't be able to find a secure kill. Onto Griffin, but finds it onto Dixon. So that's going to be another one down for count. Megaverse though.
The bull rush into the last strike combo. Griffin, great use of the goal arc buff there to get multiple strikes on to
Gets that in.
Bentup over there, and they're going to convert that into a goal.
It was just a punching back. He's just swinging right hooks, left hooks, right hooks, left hooks. Yeah, you're stuck blocked. You're in an infinite. You're trapped. You're done, and you're just out of there.
You're basically getting wobbled in your favorite game.
Pretty much. And just like that. That's the Stitch. That's gonna be the Stitch.
There's a goal attempt there that could be had, but didn't quite touch it. But there, he's gonna clean off. So many kills had in the goal arc of Laughing Kings. Not laughing now. Are you Bentup? Just gonna punch that in the goal.
Bentup gets 1 goalie kill, another goalie kill, and then gets to points. He's just proving a point here, and now he's gonna be level 10. Finally back up here, and is looking to continue playing aggressive. UMC gonna be looking to clear at the top. Gets the wind up punch. Bentup now looking to score. He's punching. He's punching him. And there's no other words to describe. Oh, he just knocked him in.
That's right. Oh my god. So that's one of the things about the X mirrors that you gotta watch out for is your bull rush just takes so long to cast, like at the start and the end, that if you see someone winding it up, you're like, I can hit them at the end of theirs with mine. If Bentup correctly identifies this and able to convert what should have been a kill at all to a confirmed kill off 100%.
Oh, and when he's red, not going to get that one. I think they're perfect able to get that strike right into him here. Again, we're in a very close set here to kick off our Striker Saturday series. We're on number 1 here, folks, and you gotta remember, in grand finals, everything's on the line here. Neither of these teams want to lose, and UMC right now going to be passing to User Wet. Gets the rebound himself. They're just waiting for cooldowns, I'm pretty sure.
Side shoot bounces here. Now both barrages down in the corner.
Oh, Bentup
does not have
chase Griffin,
the Giga Blast up. Doesn't need it. Griffin able to get that kill. Yes. Now User Wet is low. He's just kind of zone out this core and just keep it on the other side, but he doesn't. No! Dixon with the second strike. Goal. Yeah. It is so hard when the core is moving that fast.
Yeah, it's
with a
not
spell, your abilities just have travel time on on 2 of them, and then the other one just has a big wind up, which is the primary.
Yeah, not only that, it's just really hard to react to whenever the cell is just going to be jumping to a core that fast, and you know, one of them has a plan. No, one of them knows what they're doing. The other one, they have to do their best to react and defend here. And the core again moving so fast. We're looking at overtime here, folks. Unless Laughing Kings get 1 more, no, they won't. And we are in overtime. They just need 1 more.
Ooh, Bentup down.
Oh no, this is looking bad. But the Stout Kings, they need 1
UMC
more.
Playing
Death time is long.
Oh.
That's gonna be Laughing Kings taking the tournament.
No, that was not UMC's fault. So that's the play I'm talking about. Especially when X is ulting right behind you, you're like, I can't go back to net. So this is something you should know about as a goalie, like, especially if you're cooldown tracking, whether Griffin actually ulted there or not, he had it and he couldn't walk back to net. He actually had to walk out to the bottom right. He had to somehow win that. I won't call it a strike war, but he had to win that battle against Megaverse's Gigablast that hit it back behind him and somehow clear it out from that angle if he wanted to keep that game in play, and it had to be user that rotated back to goalie to just play the rest of the angles that are still in net if it does get cleared that side. So they had that setup. They're getting there, but just Griffin was too fast after the Gigablast cleared it down to him, and he was able to get that goal in there.
Yeah, Griffin on the X was quite phenomenal, but bent up as well. I think put up a really good fight on the X himself. I think it was a big purveyor and a big reason why South Strikers was able to win that first game consistently, just up in Griffin, winning all the exchanges against Griffin and just making sure Dixon as well is kind of caught up in that, caught up in his special as well. And just, again, the pressure that X can exude, it's quite huge. And, even though South Strikers put up a really good fight, I think they performed the best they could, but Laughing Kings just has a little bit more going for them, just a little bit more experience, just a little bit more pizzazz, I guess. And they take the first tournament in pretty dominant fashion.
Yeah, congratulations to Laughing Kings for sure on that. Yeah, they're definitely the team that had I think just a little bit more experience. I forget if Bent Up, I think, was the only player on that team that I know might not have been playing since the February play test. So I know Useret was there, obviously. I mentioned that. And UMC has been a consistent player, I think, in the production playtest as well. So it was just Bent Up, who I know is a good player, by the way. I believe I actually may have scouted them for a team later down the line. The one that me, Leo, and Windows played for in one of the last playtests. But I'm pretty sure Bent Up was actually the other forward we were considering at the time, and he's improved so much since then. So actually, really well played from Stout. They just weren't able to get as far along as Megaverse and his team, the Laughing Kings, Griffin and Dixon, in terms of just gameplay.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, this is still Striker Saturday #1. Got to emphasize the #1. There's going to be more in the future. There's plenty of opportunities to improve, get better, and really show what you got. And, one of the things that we also got to look forward to is that I think in 5 days, we're getting a new character, and that might shake up the next tournament as well. Yep.
Yeah.
You got to keep on your toes.
Some leaks about that. I think there's been some voice lines, I think, in some of the characters. I won't leak too much, but there's been like things hinted at in the game that are just there, like it'll tell you what like different states that a character can be in, like stunned or slowed or this and that, and then there's some that don't apply to any characters we have right now, and so I'll leave you guys with a little bit of teaser. There's information to be gained, and there's definitely some exciting characters coming up that I've had a lot of fun in the playtest playing, so I'm excited to see them come out, and I'm excited to see you guys all here on this first Strikers Saturday. It's been absolutely phenomenal. You opened. Would you like me to close?
Oh yeah, definitely. Go for it, sir.
I was basically doing that, but thank you so much for joining me, XT.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Well, I guess it wasn't my own volition, but thanks for being here and co-casting with me. It's been a great time. And I have been Hamster Quest, still am, always will be, and I would love to see you all next week at the next Strikers Saturday. I'm gonna be so hyped to hopefully be involved again. I don't know if I might play one of these weeks. We'll see. But okay.
Ooh, I will be rooting for you.
we will let, I don't know, the future be that or something. I'll figure it out later. I don't know. I'm rambling. But anyway, thank you so much again for watching. Congratulations to the Laughing Kings for taking that Stout a wonderful second place. And we will see you guys on the flip side.
Cool. Okay. So they can't hear me. Only y'all can hear me. Do you hear me, stream chat? Hello. Yeah. Does anyone hear me? No? Okay. So yeah. I'm okay. So I'm just gonna like raid Megaverse because they won. You know? Do you know what just happened?